Israel as well as Iran, the only Indian news network to give you a 360-degree view as to what's really happening in West Asia. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. No sign of a ceasefire soon. Israeli Defense Minister Katz announces that the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran later today. Republic is the only channel live from Ground Zero in Tel Aviv, rolling coverage and exclusive reports from both the countries.
और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights reports technical snags and cancellation. Passengers left stranded. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend G7 summit to meet President Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, the Iran-Israel conflict has escalated sharply, with both nations exchanging direct military strikes in what is being described as the most intense confrontation between the two powers in recent years. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles and drones targeting major Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv as well as the port city of Haifa, causing civilian casualties and extensive damage to military intelligence infrastructure. Now, in a swift and forceful retaliation, Israel conducted targeted airstrikes on Iranian military sites, including a hit on Iran's state broadcaster. What you see on your screens right now, these are the images coming in of the Israeli Defense Forces, which has once again gone on to send its most stern warning now. International responses have been swift and divided. Now, what you see on your screens are how resources in Iran have also been targeted. The United Nations has called for an immediate ceasefire, and the US has also urged for a de-escalation. Former President have also now stepped in. In fact, as far as United States of America is concerned, important to point out here what is happening on the ground. Iran has already retaliated. On your screens, these are the latest images of multiple military sites being targeted in Israel. Iran says that if at all United States of America is into diplomacy, then it is time for them to pick up the call with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and call in for a ceasefire. Is there a ceasefire anytime soon? It's unlikely, given the fact that what you see on your screens right now, it's an all-out war that's actually going on. Viewers, Republic TV is providing first-hand coverage of the aftermath of the Iran-Israel conflict. The report that we're going to play out in a short while from now is from Tel Aviv, which captures the immediate impact on residents and cities' infrastructure following Iranian missile strikes, offering a poignant look at the resilience of the people of Israel amidst the chaos. Now, not just in Israel, but also in Iran, there has been large-scale devastation that's taken place. If you go by the numbers that have been put out by the Iranian, it goes into hundreds. As far as Israel is concerned, perhaps it's a little different, but tonight we'll break it down for you. First, take a look at what's happening in Israel.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles for 5 days. Israel tries to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran because they also can use the nuclear weapons and to strike the same areas, but the impact will be much more bigger. Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket, and in those buses each morning children are taken to the school, and you can see it is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction, and if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead. And this is what Iran is doing. They are targeting those kind of places where residential places are, where there's so many infrastructure, public places, regular people are living here, and you can see the destruction, how many of the buses were destroyed completely. And now some Jewish Orthodox Jews came here to cheer up the people of Israel. They probably want to say to them that God with us, with Israel, this is the promised land, and Israel will prevail. And you can see what a huge damage to all those buses, 10 buses, each of them with about 70 or even more places. And those buses at this hour when the rockets strike, usually taking children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But because Israel declared a military situation, emergency situation, the kindergarten, schools and workplaces are not open, and that's why there were no one here, no children. And this is a miracle that no one was killed from this ballistic attack by Iran. But you can understand what a huge disaster that could be. Nikol Yochin, center of Israel. This bus was one of the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. In this bus supposed to be about 70 children, and also there are another 9 buses that are completely destroyed from one Iranian ballistic missile. It happened in the morning when usually those buses take children to kindergartens and to schools all around the city. But just because Israel was now in an emergency situation, the kindergartens, the schools and also the workplaces are closed. That's why nobody was here, and just because of that, it is not a big tragedy that could happen here. Nikol Yochin, the center of Israel. И все, последний раз я выхожу. See a residential area, there are schools, kindergartens, and this is a huge hole here behind me that made just one ballistic missile. And you can see here around how many buses are impacted by just one missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and just by fortune there was nobody here inside of those buses. But if somebody was inside, no one will survive it for sure. You can see how huge the blast was, and more than 10 buses are completely destroyed. You can go and see here all around the complete destruction. In one bus there could be more than 70 people, and you see it is completely burned. And you can see here there are more of those buses. There are so much of them. This one here completely burned, but also the other ones. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buses that were destroyed. If there were people inside of them, so the casualties could be massive. And those are the targets of Iranians. They are targeting civilians. You can see those are buses that civilians use them. This is not a military target. It is just civilian buses. And you can see here the impact. For hundreds of meters, you see the impact of those rockets. You can see here everything completely destroyed. And Iran continue to target civilians all across Israel. Nicole Yochin, Central Israel.
Well, that was what happened in Israel. Now let me take you through what's really happening on the ground in Iran. In fact, Ali Akbar Dareni, he's a writer, joining us from Tehran, only Indian network to get you both sides, Israel as well as Iran. Mr. Dareni, thank you very much for joining us from Tehran. I believe you'll have to unmute yourself. I want to begin by asking you about what's the situation like in Iran right now. Given the fact that President Trump has already announced asking people in Tehran to leave the city, an indication that there could be a massive escalation by the end of the day.
Iranians have suffered as a result of the Israeli act of aggression. Israel started an unprovoked war against Iran right in the middle of negotiations between Iran and the United States. And this war has been directly assisted by the United States. Israel, under no circumstances, was able to carry out such an act of aggression without logistical, intelligence, military, and diplomatic support from the United States. Iran did not start a war. It is Israel that started the war. The pictures you showed highlighted that Iran is targeting civilian areas in Israel. Iran is retaliating to Israel, targeting civilian areas and residential buildings in Tehran and other Iranian cities. Look at what Israel has done from the first moment it attacked Iran. They claim that it has everything to do with Iran's nuclear program. That's sheer lies. It has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear program. Israel possesses nuclear weapons. Iran doesn't. Israel is targeting civilian areas. Can you build nuclear weapons with hospitals? Yesterday,
can I then ask you, Mr. Dareni,
it targeted Iran's broadcaster organization. Can you build a nuclear weapon with a media organization? Can you build a nuclear weapon with civilian areas?
They say, I'm not getting into the specifics of that because the Israelis are claiming that it is used by the Iranian military, but that's not the point that I want to, focus on. But what I want to ask you is that what's the end game? Because there were reports that were coming in that Iran essentially wants some sort of a mediation to take place. You've been urging United States of America to make that call to Prime Minister Netanyahu, hoping for a ceasefire. Is that what Iran is looking forward to? Is there a possibility of some sort of a ceasefire in the coming few days?
Iran did not start a war. It didn't want a war.
Is it willing to come? Is it willing?
Expand.
Is Iran willing for a ceasefire agreement?
Who are pushing the United States to enter the war. So Iran has not asked for a ceasefire, although it doesn't want the war to expand. Israel has killed civilians in Iran, started an unprovoked war. If Iran does not impose a heavy cost on Israel, Israel is not going to stop. So Iran's priority is to punish Israel and inflict unbearable pain on Israel so that Israel stops its acts of aggression. At the same time, if that stops, Iran will be open to diplomacy. Iran was in the process of diplomacy. Iran was about to enter a sixth round of negotiations with the United States. It was Israel that derailed the talks, and it was the United States and the Trump administration that allowed Israel to derail the talks and allow Israel to carry out such an act of aggression. And now it is killing diplomacy. I hope the Trump administration is wise enough not to fall in the trap by war-hungry Netanyahu. This is a key issue, but Iran is prepared for all eventualities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Durrani, for getting us the view from Tehran, the only Indian news network to put across both sides, what's happening in Israel as well as in Iran. In fact, earlier today, I spoke to an Israeli parliamentarian to get you a sense of what's really happening in Israel. In fact, the parliamentarian, when she spoke to me, was at an attack site. This is what she had to tell me. Israeli Member of Parliament Nina Shatta is joining us on this broadcast. Ms. Shatta, let me first begin by asking you, what's the situation like on the ground? I'm given to understand that you visited certain sites that were attacked by the Iranians. What's the current situation like? Because the Iranians are claiming that several of your defense facilities have now been targeted. Is that true?
Thank you, Mr. Shawan, to you, and hello to the audience. I can say that I am now in the site that attacked aggressively by Iran, but Iran regime. Unfortunately, last night it was the 5 days that we are dealing with a very aggressive regime that send missiles through the innocent people and innocent civilians. This is what they are done. In this site, you can see that there is a lot of damage, if you can see. And unfortunately, 4 innocent people died in this site. Some of them elderly, and we are dealing with a big threat from Iran. And I want to tell that the job that Israel down now with Iran and the war that we open against this unfortunately evil regime that tried to threaten by terror, by nuclear bombs, it is not a job and it is not a mission only for Israel. It is to bring a peace for the Middle East, but not the Middle East, also to all the countries that believe in peace and believe in democracies and believe that people need a safetyness.
Ms. Shatta, has Israel been able to achieve its goal? You have to now depend on the United States of America, because if at all you want to cripple Iran's nuclear program, you cannot do so because you do not have the resources at this point in time. You would want US intervention.
As you know, since the war outbreak, we have a lot of achievement from our army. The Air Force Army of Israel is a strong army, and we do our best to damage the plane of Iran to get a nuclear bomb. And we know that it is threat of the safety of the world, not only the safety of Israel. Because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission. One of them, it is to stop and remove the threat of a nuclear bomb. The second one, as you see the damage of the missiles that Iran sent, you understand that their goal is to hurt and to destroy Israel, and it won't happen. And because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission.
Now, let me tell you what's the cost of this war. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran has exacted a significant economic toll on both the nations and the global economy. Israel's military expenditures have surged, with costs associated with missile defense systems, airstrikes escalating into billions. Bank of Israel estimates that the war could cost the country up to $67 billion by 2025, including military outlays and civilian expenses. Now, the financial strain has led to an increased budget deficit and rise in government borrowing costs. Iran, already grappling with economic challenges, faces further strain due to international sanctions and the depreciation of its currency. Now, as the situation continues to develop, the economic ramifications are becoming increasingly evident, affecting markets and economies worldwide. Columnist Terry Newman explains.
As we enter day 5 of this Iran-Israel war, the costs from the Israeli side of executing this war are in the region of about 800 million to 1 billion US dollars per day. Now, that number splits approximately 50% on offensive costs, i.e. the costs of Israel sending its aeroplanes, nearly 2,000 kilometers from Israel, all the way across to Iran, and the munitions required in order to take out the various nuclear installations, the ballistic missile installations, and also the targeted assassinations of the military leadership of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. That obviously in addition to the local costs of various operatives that have been reported or not been reported to be working on the ground there. In parallel, you also have the costs of defending the home front. So as your viewers are probably aware, Israel operates a multi-layered, multi-tiered air defense system, which includes the most famous Iron Dome, but then you also have the Arrow 1 and the Arrow 2, which go outside of the atmosphere and into space. We have David Sling. We have the American THAAD system. And there's also the laser system, and so that's also, at peak nights when there've been hundreds of surface-to-surface missiles and also ballistic missiles. There've been evenings where it's been $1.5 billion of expenses because of the cost of the interceptions. Just to sort of put in, numbers. The cost of a Iron Dome missile is in the region of about $50,000 a missile. The cost of an Arrow 1 is in the region of about $3 to $4 million a missile, and the cost of an Arrow 3 is around $5 to $6 million in order to take those down. So that obviously explains why the laser, which is costs $1 or so, is such an important addition to the defensive arsenal of countries that want to protect themselves from incoming rockets and missiles. Obviously, those costs are the direct costs of both offense and defense. In addition to that, you have the costs of repairing the buildings that have fallen and lost GDP. So that's an overall picture. I hope that's useful.
Well, in fact, what's the impact on India? In fact, government sources already indicating that the crude oil stocks are enough and it does not have any direct impact. In fact, I'm just going to quickly take you through the details that we've just got from our sources in terms of how exactly is the government responding to this entire thing. Point number one, we have been given to understand global crude supply. There is currently an oversupply of crude oil globally with no risk of shortage. OPEC plus production, the group is producing 120 million barrels per day. Through production has been slightly reduced by 5 million barrels, bringing the current levels to approximately 97 million. And rising supplies from the Western Hemisphere, countries like Guyana, Brazil and US have emerged as major oil suppliers. So there is no direct impact. In fact, Strait of Hormuz's dependency of India's 5.6 million barrels per day oil consumption, only 1.5 to 2 million barrels comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So there is no disruption in it. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा. धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain passion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
Ini filo. Wow, bebatnya siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
your smart screens to your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Civil aviation safety has become a major cause of concern after back-to-back technical snags. Meanwhile, tensions in West Asia have seen an unprecedented escalation as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has issued an unmissable warning. Not just that, in a major embarrassment for Asim Munir, he was seen being heckled by the Pakistanis in the United States. We'll get you all this and much more in this Power Pack Bulletin. I'm Rakshita Mishra and this is what is trending today. It has been another day and another series of aviation incidents. Earlier today, flight AI-180, a long-haul Boeing 777 from San Francisco to Mumbai, made a scheduled stop in Kolkata. Now, a technical fault was detected in the left engine just after landing. For hours, passengers sat on board. At 5:20 a.m., they were finally asked to deplane. The captain cited safety concerns. Engineers were seen inspecting the aircraft on the tarmac, a now familiar scene. And viewers, this is not just an isolated incident. In fact, it's part of a string of troubling disruptions. Flight AI-2493 from Mumbai to Ahmedabad cancelled. The reason? Operational delays led to the crew to exceed their legal duty limits as defined by the FDTL regulations. The same AI-180 flight. A transcontinental journey halted midway, engine trouble again. Question that lingers is, was the aircraft airworthy to begin with? Meanwhile, viewers, the turbulence in the skies continues, and so does the uncertainty on the ground. From short-haul domestic to high-profile international routes, failures seem to follow the Air India logo across skies and runways. And these are just incidents from the last few days. And despite this, a templated response is all that follows from the airliners. And meanwhile, in another incident, this time surrounding SpiceJet, the angry passengers at the Pune airport confronted the SpiceJet staff over allegedly being given stale food after their flight was delayed. Watch this video that's going viral.
खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं खाना तू खाएगा खा यही सबके सामने खा तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं क्या है ये बिरयानी बताओ सर बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ भी बिरयानी है ये बिरयानी है क्या है आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है खाओ इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ 6 बजे लेकर तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया खाना खाने तो चुपचाप यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है बैठ जा भाई भाग मत देख दिमाग खराब मत कर बैठ जा आराम से भैया जाना नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं खाना तू खाएगा खा यही सबके सामने खा तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं क्या है ये बिरयानी बताओ सर बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ भी बिरयानी है ये बिरयानी है क्या है आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है खाओ इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ 6 बजे लेकर तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया खाना खाने तो चुपचाप यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है बैठ जा भाई भाग मत
All right, I'm being joined by Captain Surjit Panesar, former Director of Flight Safety and Training, Indian Airlines. And thanks so much, Captain Panesar, for joining us. Sir, it's become a trend now. All of a sudden, we see that one after the other, there are technical snags. And of course, issues like not there being no ACs in flights, stale food, seatbelt issues have been recurring. They have been persistent. Captain Panesar, can you hear me? We'll try and connect, just fix that audio. Can you hear me, sir, Captain Panesar? All right, I will just try and fix that audio issue, viewers, because we see that one after the other, these are complaints that are coming in, and the flyers are furious. The flyers are angry. The flyers have had enough. And they are on the edge whenever they take a flight. We've seen that how many people have been protesting against stale food. Even during one of the flights recently, that was that had to, the passengers had to be deboarded because of some technical issue. Their whole schedule goes for a toss. Their money also, they suffer. It's at the end of the day, it's the flyers who are suffering, and this is becoming a persistent problem. And of course, after the Air India tragedy, this becomes even more important to address each and every issue. And the passengers are just left stranded. And these woes, these problems for them are unending. Their safety, more than anything, this safety is something that everyone would say that should be ensured by these airlines. But what is really happening? We was in the latest, what we have is that the DGC has also sought a report from Air India, also the engineering head of Air India as well. So the DGC has sought response on the pilot's training as well. So you can understand how the airlines is under lens now after the tragedy that happened in Gujarat, and also these multiple snags, the emergency landings, the U-turns that are being reported. All right, Captain, I think Captain Surjit Panesar is back with us. He's former Director of Flight Safety and Training in the Indian Airlines. Thank you so much, Captain Panesar. Well, it's becoming a recurring and persistent issue. And after the tragedy, we see that, every snag is now looked at with more suspicion. The fact that DGC is now seeking report on the pilot's training as well, speaks volumes of what has been happening. You feel that there needs to be in-depth investigation and overhaul, because these are recurring issues, and it's high time that these issues end once and for all. Captain Sabharwal. Captain Surjit Panesar, I think there's a problem with the connection, but we shift our focus to now the other stories on trending that we're bringing to you today. Is the story from West Asia. Israel's airstrike hit Iranian state news channel yesterday. The footage extremely dramatic, going viral. News anchor who was busy lambasting the state of Israel was interrupted by a deafening blast, sending her scrambling for cover. The studio descended into chaos with debris and dust filling the air. This dramatic escalation between Israel and Iran was the world watching closely. Take a look.
معاونت سیاسی صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران هدف حمله متجاوز قرار گرفت. الله اکبر، الله اکبر، الله اکبر. مردم شریف ایران آگاه باشید. آنچه که دیدید، صدایی که شنیدید، صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استودیو.
There you have the dramatic visual. Now, global evacuation efforts are underway as tensions between Israel and Iran continue to escalate. The US and India have advised their citizens to leave Tehran immediately due to the safety concerns. Indian embassy is actively coordinating evacuation plans and has asked nationals in Iran to register their locations. On your screens, is the visual of huge traffic queues as people flee the Iranian capital. You can see that people are running for cover because you see that in Iran they don't really have bunkers. They have to just flee from their homes. And Iran has also reportedly attacked the Israeli military intelligence logistics center near Tel Aviv. That's what at least Iran is claiming. There's no confirmation from Israel yet on that. Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that tonight, the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran. It's a significant warning, and he's also cautioned Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei might meet a fate like Saddam Hussein's. And don't forget that they also said that another nuclear facility might also be on target. At least they will address the issue. That's what he said. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not rule out plans to assassinate Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying it would end the conflict between the two arch foes. So the war between Iran and Israel is only escalating, and West Asia continues to be on the edge, and Republic TV continues to get you more updates on that, viewers. Meanwhile, we will take a quick look at all the trends that are running hot on social media and breaking the internet today. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman laid wreath and paid tribute to the martyrs who laid down their lives in service of the nation at the Rezangla War Memorial in Ladakh. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and French President Emmanuel Macron were spotted sharing whispered conversations during their G7 summit, leaving everyone wondering what did they really discuss. Their private exchange has sparked curiosity among the observers, with many speculating about the topics they might have covered. That includes Iran and Israel. Looks like some A-listers are in hot water. The ED has questioned, reportedly, Harbhajan Singh, Yuvraj Singh, Suresh Raina. However, there's been no confirmation on that. Meet Shravan Kumar, a 19-year-old factory worker from Rajasthan now, who has cleared the NEET exam despite facing financial hardships. His parents wash dishes at village ceremonies, and he works in a factory to support his family. Shravan's determination and hard work have paid off, securing a rank of 4,071 in the OBC category. He now aims to become a doctor in service community where healthcare is a luxury. A rare 30-feet oarfish, also known as the doomsday fish, has been spotted in Tamil Nadu. Now, this deep-sea dweller is a rare sight, and its appearance has got everyone talking. Dr. Salvador Placencia, accused of supplying Matthew Perry with ketamine, has agreed to plead guilty to 4 counts of distribution. Now, this could land him up to 40 years in prison. The doctor allegedly called Perry a moron in text messages, exploiting the actor's vulnerability for financial gain. Placencia admitted to supplying Perry with 20 vials of ketamine worth thousands of dollars despite knowing the risks. Now, a video of Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir, has gone completely viral on social media. He was heckled by the Pakistani diaspora in the United States. In fact, his whole hotel was geared out. You can see on your screens, they installed a large electronic billboard across the hotel that he was staying in. The billboard is flashing screens calling him a mass murderer, saying, Asim Munir, your time is up. He's in Washington, D.C. to attend an event, and the protesters in front of the hotel, you can see, were shouting slogans against him, calling him a mass murderer. Shame on you, free Pakistan, Pakistaniyon ka qatil, they said. Islamabad ka qatil, they said. Just take a look at this dramatic sequence and a major embarrassment and humiliation for Asim Munir.
This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel, telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah.
As you can guess, viewers, the videos have gone completely viral on social media. Twitter users have called him a disgrace and a failed marshal. One Twitter user said, and I quote, "Failed Kate Marshal." Asim Munir getting cursed and heckled by angry Pakistanis in America. Public outrage follows him overseas, a symbol of growing discontent with Pakistan's military leadership, unquote. Another user has shared the video with the caption, and I quote, "Asim Munir is getting jeered by Imran Khan supporters," unquote. And of course, there are people talking about General Asim Munir and the state of affairs in Pakistan and how he had hoped for red carpets in Washington, D.C. and instead he got trolled, heckled and humiliated from Pakistanis abroad. That from GHQ's powered corridors to public shame on foreign streets, the mask has fallen, writes one writer. As a prelude to International Yoga Day, the Indian Army organized special yoga sessions across various UN peacekeeping missions with participation from local communities and international peacekeepers celebrating unity, health and harmony. Watch these visuals as I say goodbye.
Chest up, shed your hand.
Please lie on your back, fold your legs at the knees and place flat.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. NTHP 157, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
NTHP 157, maintain passenger level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in 315.
Ini filo. Wow, we bateu esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ini filo. Wow, we bateu esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
Say again.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Indigo flight flying from Kochi to the national capital was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. Israeli military says that it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Iran says that it has destroyed Israel's military intelligence center near Tel Aviv. PM Modi is in Canada to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of this summit, and we will keep you updated on that.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
And yes, you are sorry, say again.
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And yes, you are maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in 315.
Each night on prime time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, the worst ever crisis to have hit India's aviation sector. Air India is getting into bigger and bigger trouble. 6 Air India Dreamliner planes have been cancelled today. The airline is an absolute mess. Air India is the biggest aviation mess in the world. At 9 p.m. this evening, Donald Trump is threatening major action, major military action against Iran. And as we enter a 5th night of this fight, this could be the tipping point. But first, ladies and gentlemen, the Tata Group should stop trying and give lectures about how sincere it is, because as far as we are concerned, the Tata Group should have sacked its CEO, Mr. Campbell Wilson. By now, they should have already done that. But for some reason, the Tata Group MD, Chandrasekaran, is not doing that. Not even after reports have come that Campbell Wilson has allegedly plagiarized his apology speech. And there were reports that he has plagiarized his apology speech from a speech of an American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, in the US, following a fatal crash in the US of an American Airlines plane. Some people say this is not plagiarization, but if it's not plagiarization, it's even worse. This means there's a standard SOP among these airlines following air crashes where hundreds of people die. They come out with a standard SOP, what seems to be an SOP playbook, standard aviation industry language, in which they say sorry without meaning it. Air India is the biggest aviation mess in the world right now. There is no point for Tata to go and say we are going to make it a safe airline, safest airline, and try and look very earnest. Because if the Tata Group, and if Air India was earnest, they would not be taking chances with the lives of people. Today, six Air India Dreamliners have been cancelled. Now, this is extremely serious. 6 Dreamliners alone have been cancelled. I'm not counting 777s or Airbuses. And yet, the Air India is not grounding the 787-8 Dreamliner fleet, which means they don't know what the hell is going on, but they continue to fly the Dreamliner. 6 Dreamliners have been either cancelled or pulled back. 1, San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata Dreamliner lands in Kolkata airport and has a major snag in its left engine. Now, this is not a joke. Case 2, please. Case 2, we have a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, cancelled both the outbound flights, inbound return flights between Delhi and Dubai. We don't know the reason for the complete suspension of an international round trip, but obviously significant operational or technical deficiencies. Air India flight 143 Delhi to Paris Dreamliner grounded after a hydraulic leak detected shortly before departure. Hydraulic leak, big problem. This is critical for controlling landing gear, brakes, and other essential flight functions. Another case, Dreamliner, Air India once again, 159 from Ahmedabad to London. Operations are halted before takeoff without a publicly disclosed technical reasons. Now, you should constantly think when there are so many incidents, is there a problem with all the Dreamliners in Air India? But Air India will not learn, will not listen, continues to be arrogant under the rule of the biggest disaster in the aviation industry, Campbell Wilson, supported till now by the Tata Group for God knows what reason. Air India flight AI 315 Hong Kong to Delhi forced to return to Hong Kong mid-air due to engine to fuel filter bypass. We reported this. This is terrible. Air India flight AI 2820 Delhi to Bangalore made to vacate. The aircraft shifted to a different place many hours later. All of this last 24 hours. Point is, we've had an air crash in this country. What on earth is Air India doing? Why are they flying these planes? Has the DGCA relaxed airworthiness requirements for Air India? Or is it that these planes were running like this regardless of what the expectation is? It's only now that these airlines and Air India has realized that pilots are aware, passengers are aware, and news channels, especially Republic, is very activist on this issue, which is why they are not taking chances. But these 787s, which are being routinely flown with deferred repairs, temporary fixes, snag histories, opaque maintenance logs, weak enforcement of basic regulatory clearances, systemic failures, ladies and gentlemen. Our aviation industry has a systemic failure, and I'm not talking about weather-related things. I'm talking about things which are to do with the way the planes run. And we're sick and tired with these self-certifications that the Tata Group is giving Air India. And Air India, Campbell Wilson is reading out what appears to be either plagiarized or industry SOP press releases after hundreds of people have been killed. Do you feel safe? I'm asking you, do you feel safe flying? And if you don't, then I think you need to raise your voice. There is something seriously wrong. The safety of passengers in our country flying in the air has been severely compromised. The central government has appeared extremely lax. And today, the Civil Aviation Minister responded to seconds when Supriya Sule complained. And the Civil Aviation Minister directly responded on DM. Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, puts out a complaint saying, my plane is delayed, no answers, etc. Within seconds, the Civil Aviation Minister replies. Now, I want to ask the Civil Aviation Minister, are you answerable to Supriya Sule or to the people of this country? What about the rest of us? What about Air India? Why are you giving Air India a long leash, Mr. Civil Aviation Minister? How is this acceptable? Why are you not giving clear answers to the people of this country? I want to make it clear tonight, we'll continue to put the pressure on the government, the DGCA, the Civil Aviation Minister, Air India, and the Tata Group. Come what may. I know the other channels will go soft. I know they'll take it easy. I know they'll play safe. but this is Republic. We're going to make it difficult for people who think they are beyond accountability. You must make it difficult for such people too. Let's debate.
The shock and grief of Air India AI-171 is still fresh. Not a week has passed since 241 passengers were charred to death in Ahmedabad plane crash. A series of air safety scares have raised a serious alarm. Early Tuesday, flight AI-180, a long-haul Boeing 777 from San Francisco to Mumbai, made a scheduled stop in Kolkata. But what followed was anything but routine. A technical fault was detected in the left engine just after landing. For hours, passengers sat on board. At 5:20 a.m., they were finally asked to deplane, citing safety concerns. Engineers were seen inspecting the aircraft on the tarmac. Flight AI-2493 from Mumbai to Ahmedabad cancelled. The reason? Operational delays led the crew to exceed their legal duty limits. And it does not stop there. AI-915 Delhi to Dubai cancelled. A Boeing 787 grounded over technical issues. No explanations for stranded passengers. AI-143 Delhi to Paris. Another Boeing B787 aircraft. Another failure. This time a hydraulic leak. AI-159 Ahmedabad to London. A flight to Europe cancelled moments before taking off, citing a last-minute technical snag.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पांस नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स, सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है।
Each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
From short-haul domestic to high-profile international routes, technical snags seem to follow the Air India logo across skies and runways. And these are just incidents from the last few days. And despite this, a templated response is all that follows. DGCA summoned Air India Engineering Department head earlier in the day. Aviation authorities are watching, but are they acting? How many more cancelled flights? How many more safety scares? How many more hours must passengers spend stranded without answers?
I mean, this is completely crazy today. It's crazy. It's madness. It's madness. 6 Dreamliner planes have been cancelled. 6. Sandeep, this is madness. This is crazy. This is extraordinary. And look at the arrogance of Air India. They put out a plagiarized statement, I think. The statement of this fellow, this disaster, Campbell Wilson, who Tata Group is supporting till now, appears to be plagiarized from the statement of the American Airlines CEO, some Robert Isom in the US following a fatal crash there. And if it is not plagiarized, that means it's standard industry language and SOP playbook. We're very sorry, blah, 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 insincere nonsense. Now the question is, Parvez, you support Air India after this. Why is Air India flying the Dreamliners? 6 cases in one day. Sorry. Would you take a Dreamliner of Air India tomorrow? Would you take an Air India Dreamliner plane tomorrow, Parvez? Would you?
No.
no, I would not, and I would not let my family fly on it. This kind of behavior from Air India and a Tata Group company is absolutely shocking. I would not have ever expected them to be behaved this way. The passenger service standards and the safety standards cannot be compromised by any airline, maybe A, B, C, D. So there is no excuse for this kind of behavior. This level of cancellation and delays is not acceptable. If they're not sure with the problems with the Dreamliner 787, it would be absolutely a basic courtesy to ground this fleet, make all the correction, do whatever is required to set the fleet right, and then start flying. And the consumer is treated this way. It's very, very shabby and a very sad day for Indian Airlines.
You know, we keep talking about, Tata Group, JRD Tata. JRD Tata started it.
I am shocked with this behavior. I'm shocked with the standards of safety and service. Forget safety. Safety is, of course, priority number one. But service, no communication to the passenger, delays, cancellation on short hauls, long hauls, everywhere. This kind of standards are not expected from a Tata Group company, and they have to take people to task, whether the head of engineering, whether the CEO, heads have to roll, Tatas have to sharpen up their act. This is not acceptable. I'm sure the DGCA is on them. And
no, but they were always told, we ask a few questions, Tata Group, does the Republic Group know how to run an airline? If the Republic Group does not know how to run an airline, let the Tata Group do it. You guys shut up, what do you know, blah, blah, blah. You heard that argument. I'm saying Parvez Damania says today that Air India and the Tata Group, he says Air India and the Tata Group, their behavior is shocking. And I know
absolutely shocking.
It's absolutely shocking,
absolutely unacceptable, and cannot be tolerated. The way the consumer is being treated is really sad. It's a sad day for Indian Airlines and aviation in India. Was the crash where so many people have lost their lives. Up till now, no real explanations have come forth. We, till today, so many days have passed, do not know the exact reason for the crash. No serious explanation has come forward. Only theories are coming forward. Tata Group by now should come forward with a very clear statement and taking action and what they've done for the cause and the cause of this accident. Nobody knows. Everybody's just guessing. Tatas have not come up with a clear-cut answer to the reason.
5 or 6 Dreamliners, I think, Dreamliners cancelled. And I would have thought, Sandeep, the least the Tata Group is not going to collapse financially if it stops flying the Dreamliner for a while.
No, they will not collapse.
Nothing will happen, and people will find alternative ways of traveling. But the point is, Sandeep, you take a risk. Parvez Damania says, I would not fly a Dreamliner, neither would my family fly a Dreamliner on Air India today.
I normally am very brief on your shows, but today allow me 30 seconds because I have a few important points to make. I think at the moment, the Air India, and I would extend to Tata Group, is having a leadership crisis. There is a total leadership crisis, and there is no idea of crisis management. I was just reading a long tweet, and I presume it is true. Today, at the cremation of this captain, there was not a single senior Tata Group representative, not the managing director, not any of the board members, and
very
forget
sad,
anybody.
very sad.
Tata sons who was present there. I personally recall, Arnab, in 1993, there was an Indian Airlines crash in which 2 of my colleagues passed away. My companies, not only the entire board, the chairman, but all past chairmen who were alive, they were all there at the crematorium with the family. And this just shows the lack of empathy, the lack of connect. And everything else which you're hearing, Arnab, I was reading an explanation about the Bangalore flight cancellation. Again, as you were saying, a templated response. The flight was cancelled because of lack of availability of aircraft, which happened because of the mandated, testing which the DGCA has recommended. And we had informed all the passengers. Whereas, as you're hearing, most of the cases, passengers are not. So there is also a morale issue among the existing staff. And that is a big issue. I'm not getting into the other points which you've already covered, and I'm sure others will talk. But what is the leadership doing? An organization like Tata Sons should step in there, because if your morale is destroyed down the line. So whatever you have will collapse. It's not just a question of the brand. And where will if people are losing, therefore, whether it's a Dreamliner or anything, people will not have the confidence to fly Air India if they think that, down the line there is total demoralization. And this is a very, very serious issue. You cited Supriya Sule's case, and where the Minister of Civil Aviation is replying, but where is even Air India or anybody responding to that? With due credit, we all criticize Indigo. If you did a tweet, next moment, at least the social media cell response. Here, total silence. I think that shows a callousness, but more importantly, what is worrying is, which one didn't expect from a private sector organization like Tata Sons. I could understand it from the old PSU, that there is this level of insensitivity and lack of leadership.
No, I think that's shocking. I felt so bad that at a time when all the people are so angry. I mean, I really think, what is the Civil Aviation Minister doing? Civil Aviation Minister, Supriya Sule says, I am very angry, my plane is 3 hours late, very bad, very bad. Oh, Miss Sule, immediate reply. Oh, Ms. Sule, we are very concerned. We are looking into it. I have issued instructions so that you are not put into any trouble. I mean, at a time when 270, 280, maybe God knows how many, probably 300 people have died, Civil Aviation Minister Rahul Ishwar responds within seconds to Sharad Pawar's daughter as if nobody else is a lesser citizen. 6 Dreamliners cancelled. Tata Group picks up what appears to be a plagiarized statement and tells Alex Campbell Wilson to read it. People are being taken for a royal ride in this country. Rahul Ishwar.
And Arnabji, everyone
royal ride in this country.
Everyone expected, the Air India standards to go up when Tata came in. And it's unfortunate that people are not feeling the trust. And it's very important to feel safe. As many of the people said, let's be very honest. If my family or I have to go in Air India, we will definitely have a rethink before going. And Air India at one point of time, was one of the iconic brands. This is the reason why, as I totally agree with all the panelists, there's a leadership crisis. They need to come in. They need to give reassurance. And Arnabji may remember 2020, Air India under the other leadership, in Kozhikode, my own home state, nearly 21 people died because of the overshooting of the runway. See, these kind of things really scare people, and I hope Air India should definitely answer. I had an opportunity. Right now I'm in Pune, Maharashtra. Starting from Kerala, I felt it is more safer than other airlines. So this is the space where the leadership should proactively work. They should communicate their empathy to the people, and there has been many such scares. I have been checking for the past news, and there have been many incidents regarding such reported over the past many years. It's high time the leadership seriously approaches this, address these concerns.
No, they won't, because they are outsourcing it. The problem with the people managing stuff for the Tata Group is they probably think this is a PR crisis. No, it's not. It's a Tata Sons crisis. It's a Tata Group crisis. It's an Air India crisis. Don't think this is a PR crisis. It's an organizational crisis. And my question is, would JRD Tata have allowed this mess in Air India if he were alive today, if he were in charge today, Mr. Damania? Would JRD Tata have said, fly the Dreamliners, doesn't matter?
If you remember, when there was a
JRD Tata would not have compromised the lives of passengers.
He would have at least spoken.
Ratan Tata ji himself went to every funeral, met every family, and he showed real courage and leadership. This kind of leadership is definitely lacking. This crisis is not small. 270, 280 people have died. We don't even know what has happened to the number of people in the hostels. How many bodies have not found? The team of Tata's leadership, including the Tata Sons, should be meeting the family, attending funerals.
No, I think the government should also ask the Civil Aviation Minister of the country, the government, the central government. I'm nobody to advise. But if I were to say that today it looks bad, that Civil Aviation Minister responds immediately to Sharad Pawar's daughter, that I'm sorry. But what about the number of people? Does the Civil Aviation Minister know? Does the Civil Aviation Minister in the Modi government know how many people have died, how many Air India people, passengers suffer every day? I'm sorry, but would the Civil Aviation Minister tell me how many ordinary Indians he responds to on a daily basis within minutes? Or does the Civil Aviation Minister feel answerable only to Sharad Pawar's daughter? Because NCP Sharad Pawar is a prospective ally in the Modi government. Somebody is going to have to speak up for this mess. This is favoritism. This is wrong. This is taking the people for a ride, and this is making the people of this country very, very angry. Extremely angry. Captain Tanushree Bhalla is a whistleblower. She's a former Boeing 737 MEIR pilot. She's an attorney jurist in the Supreme Court. And I'd like your views today. Captain Bhalla, just tell me one thing first. I put you, and they've got Captain Kabir Malik also. They say, Arnab, do you know how to fly a plane? Does Republic know how to run a plane? So shut up and keep quiet. That's what these pro-Air India people tell me. As a person, I'm saying, why are 6 Dreamliners being cancelled? I asked someone today. They said, you're responsible. I said, why am I responsible? They said, now the pilots are worried because you guys in the media are picking it up. I said, this is the most insane argument I've heard so far. And what's going on, Captain?
I would like to weigh in on that, Arnab. First of all, I would like to compliment you and Republic for being so vociferous on this. Pilots, any sane pilot would actually be happy about this. I know there are management pilots who would always come out in the favor of the management, and okay, that's their job. But the fact is that I would request any pilot on the panel to answer, aren't we persecuted when we refuse to fly a bad aircraft? And I can give many examples. Bhavya Suneja's JT610, he was a close friend. I remember, and we knew each other through another pilot friend of mine who I knew for 32 years. And one fine morning he calls me and he says, Tanu, Bhavya is no more. His mother is flying to Indonesia. Please make sure there's no issue, because my friend wasn't in India. You can't replace lives with 1 CR. That's how much these pilots earn, we as pilots earn in a year. You can't replace a father. You can't replace somebody from a big 4 company. That's what they earn in a year. It's not about money. It's about regulations. Secondly, we are persecuted as pilots. Our FDTLs are constantly violated. Female pilots are seldom given, official accommodations for that time of the month. There is the issue, the regulatory issue, since Mr. Arnab Goswami was questioning the Civil Aviation Ministry. There is that issue of the 20-kilometer construction restriction. You see, recently, Mr. Goswami, there has been a lot of construction around airports. We can see Vasant Kunj in Delhi. That's really built along the approach roads. There's MP and then there's Gujarat. And there was this, and a lot of this land has been allotted to colleges. If you are handling a beast like an elephant, you have to give space for error. And it is very easy to blame the pilots. It has become a fashion to blame the pilots because they can, you get to avoid liability by this. And the DGCA is not being fair either. So how do you explain that? And about SRDs, one more thing I would like to bring here, which is not in public domain. Air India, before its acquisition back between 2012 and 2017, had special recruitment drives. And if everybody knows, special recruitment drives are done on the basis of caste. Merit is not seen in those. And special recruitment drives in fields like aviation for pilots and medical fields is clearly mentioned as not requisite and not advisable in the constitution of the country. Then how was Air India doing SRDs and overlooking merit? And how has the DGCA and the training division gone through it and seen that this was rectified? Does anybody have answer to that?
So you're saying there's favoritism, there's corruption, there's bad methods, but you see, what happens is now, Captain Tanushree, we are always told our civil aviation sector is a great shining example of how well the country is doing. Is it? Just because people have to fly, does that make the aviation sector a success? I don't think so. I think people in this country, flyers, are taken for a royal ride. The Civil Aviation Minister of India in the Modi government must tell me why he chose to respond to Sharad Pawar's daughter. How is she so important? This is the problem. Nothing has changed in this country as far as passenger flying is concerned. Captain, you tell me, Captain Kabir Malik, you are defending the airlines. Why are 6 Dreamliners being cancelled in one day? By one airline called Air India.
Facts, Mr. No, I would like to address you regarding these things. Why did it happen? If you know, on 12th of June, what was happened with the same machinery? It was sunk in the grave of fire along with 42 people, and almost 241 has been died in this incident. After that day, there is one guideline had been issued by the
DGCA that all the Dreamliner which is come in the same category like 787 and rest of other also soon will be grounded. And I'm just
Why have
telling
they
you,
not been grounded so far?
Yeah.
Why have they not been grounded so far? Today, why have the Dreamliners not been grounded so far? Don't tell me.
Yeah.
Air India is doing it in national interest.
Right.
National interest or commercial interest?
Yeah, it's a commercial interest. I do agree. But there is a point. If you just let me come to the point. After that, those machines were on the sortie on the final, final round. So these are all on the air that time. The moment they came back, and there is after that some checks had been done by the technicians on the ground, like in Calcutta, and rest of 2, 3 or more flights, they found that some hydraulical this leakage, and there is some problem with.
Sir,
the
I want to
machine.
know today. I am a 1 minute. So I am an enlightened citizen today. If you can't today, and this is Tata Group, you can't say today, okay, just get off the plane, man. We have technical problems. A plane, San Francisco to Mumbai, okay, not Dreamliner, it's a Boeing 777-200 LR, arrives in time, technical snag in left plane, left engine, takeoff gets delayed. I want to know what is the technical snag in the left engine. I am told, why should you know? You are a flyer, what do you know? What knowledge do you want? You get into the plane, put on your seatbelt, take off your seatbelt and get out. This is no way of treating me. There's been a crash 2 days before. Today, 6 Dreamliners have been cancelled. And Civil Aviation Minister responds to Supriya Sule. Will he respond to Rahul Ishwar? Will Civil Aviation Minister respond to J. Venkateshwar Rao? Or do you have to be a politician's child to get a response? I mean, I don't know. J. Venkateshwar Rao, this is crazy. When you raise questions, you say you're accused of defamation, they take you to court, they threaten you, etc. Right?
I appreciate this question that there is a VIP culture in India, you know very well. Why
no, but Tata Group has the VIP culture
gone? Not in this Tata Group. Not in this Tata Group. Is in every airline, or you can see in every sector. There is the most welcome of the VIP.
Sir,
I do agree.
Six planes cancelled. 6 planes cancelled.
Yes, it was in the routine and the guideline issued by the DGCA.
6 planes
it
cancelled.
was earlier, but why they took time to ground on this, and they just giving reason behind that.
So why is Campbell Wilson still sitting in office? Because Air India thinks that removing Campbell Wilson will be an admission of guilt. Mr. Rao, how do you view the current situation? Nightmare, should I say?
Yeah, Arnab, just give me at least 30 seconds to speak. You're doing a lot of disservice to JRD Tata by even mentioning his name on these programs. He would not brook a single violation. That man was that meticulous and that particular. I have been flagging violations from 2008. I've gone to the courts. The courts have been a little slow. I've been taken for defamation. I have been harassed. My services have been terminated. I'm still fighting a legal battle. But the fact remains, as I told you, is just by changing the colors or the logo, it doesn't change the culture. The culture needs to change. We have carried the same babus from the old Air India to the new Air India. And in the new Air India, the babus and the corporatization of things, they are only worried about their profits. They are not worried about the passengers' safety. They're not worried about anything. Like I said, I don't know whether I can blame the present Civil Aviation Minister, but I have flagged this issue to him also. I have flagged it to earlier ministers also. I have flagged it to earlier DGCA people also. But there has been no response. And Arnab, I take responsibility for this statement, but DGCA is the most rogue organization. They have been tweaking rules so that Air India can profit. I can show you mails where Air India has written to DGCA that if you bring in this rule, my profitability will go. Can you imagine? And DGCA quietly says, okay, you carry on. We will not write anything to you. You don't write to us. This has been the culture for the last, from 2008, we are in 2024. This has just been the culture. Carry forward. And like I said, VIP culture, it is in our country. Everybody expects, on the top expects that they need to be treated separately than somebody else, than the common man. The common man doesn't exist in today's political world. I have flagged it. I mean, just to close my mouth, they went in for defamation. I have filed my reply. Air India has not filed their reply in the last 3 years in the defamation matter. And I was on a program with Mr. Damania, and he said, no, lawyers should come and defend. But defend the indefensible? Defend what is documented? I have, like you said, Campbell, in 2023, Arnab, this is the letter. 13 audit reports were forged. Campbell was the accountable manager. What did DGCA do? Nothing. 2023, we are in 25. Imagine audit reports were being forged. What are you expecting? This culture will go on, and there is a political backing to all the people who are committing frauds. And they are more interested in their profitability, their promotions, their bonuses, their ESOPs.
Sir,
nobody is bothered about the traveling public.
I request there should be a national awakening. If I'm listening to this, Parvez, somewhere
yes,
I feel, and today we put a poll out tonight.
You are right. No passenger, if there is a technical snag, if there's a problem, it is the passenger's right to know what is wrong with the aircraft.
Correct.
It is a passenger's right to know what the technical snag is.
Yeah.
He has paid for the ticket you demanded. He has paid the price, and he has a right. The consumer has to be treated better. The consumer cannot be taken for granted.
Parvez, you run an airline, right? You had an airline named after you. One minute, you run an airline. You have run an airline. You know the business. Your airline did well, then it folded up, no problem. But the fact of the matter is you ran an airline. You had a deal with Kingfisher. I know everything. You have been on the board of Kingfisher, okay? Now, would you have retained your CEO?
No.
With this track record, as Campbell Wilson has?
The minute this kind of incident occurs, he should have taken responsibility and resigned himself. Somebody should take the responsibility. He should come out and say, I am the CEO, I am responsible, I take full responsibility for this, and I hand in my resignation. He should have gone to the board and resigned, and the board should have gracefully accepted and taken the blame. The Tata board should come out, Air India board should come out.
Can I ask you one more question tonight? I'm not taking names, but there appears to be a business problem that the industry has. The fact is they spend a lot of money. Let's look at Indigo. I don't know their present situation. I'm told they are doing better than before, but they're still not running huge profits, right? You would have expected an airline, it has 60 to 65% market share, Sandeep, right? You run a business, but it's still not making major profits or profits at all. I don't know. In that given situation, is it that they're, I'm not saying Indigo, but are airlines forced to compromise passenger safety? For example, a particular airline recently flew in very bad weather. Very, very, very bad weather. Today's weather system, Sandeep, we can predict the weather down to a T, right? There is a hailstorm, the plane is in terrible situation, the entire nose of the plane comes out, it lands in Srinagar, it's called a miracle. Now, if you knew this was the weather, why did you run the plane? Is it because if you cancel it, the commercial implication on the airline is too much? Is that why the Dreamliners are flying today despite obvious questions being asked? 6 Dreamliners cancelled. So somewhere our aviation players, including those who are part of these effective duopolies, putting their financial interests first and passenger interests next. After that, way after that.
Arnab, first of all, there can be only 2 answers to this. When you're cancelling 6 aircrafts, flights, are you doing it because of fear or because of regulations, or do you think there is a genuine reason to cancel it? And if so many aircrafts have to be grounded, then why are you running the fleet with the rest? What's the guarantee that other aircrafts will not also have the same problem?
Correct. That is my biggest concern.
I'm not even getting into the question why these were not detected earlier. You mentioned DGCA. DGCA is now raising questions about what they had told the airline to do, but that's another story why DGCA themselves did not insist and enforce that. While you're saying, Arnab, there is an issue about the cost element, but the airline or any business cannot make money until it jacks up, it gets its revenue. And revenue you will get only when people fly. Air India's bigger source is the international sectors, etc. Now, if they don't uplift their image over there, they don't increase their efficiency of turnaround. You're talking of Indigo. Parvez is in the business. You see, Indigo has cut costs because see the level of turnaround they do, how they have increased their efficiency. So work on that rather than cutting corners or taking chances, running old fleets which are not properly maintained or rest of it. And Parvez, it's not a question of whether I'm a paying passenger or not. When you're carrying me, even if you're carrying me, the point I'm making is you're responsible for my life. So,
absolutely. And Arnab, in the past, DGCA has grounded fleets. It's not uncommon. And if you go back a little, the 787 had a battery problem. The battery used to catch fire. That time, the 787 fleet all over the world was grounded. When the 320 MAX had a problem, the fleet was grounded. So the DGCA has grounded fleets in the past.
So,
it is
not
DGCA.
Not DGCA. I'll come in on this. No. 1 minute. Just one point. Parvez, let's be precise here. Sorry. In January 2013, the whole 787 Dreamliner fleet worldwide was grounded because of multiple battery electric failures.
Correct.
Now, that decision was taken by the FAA in America, not by DGCA. The DGCA issued a national ground stop. Moment FAA lifted its thing, then DGCA also came in, which means we are following what FAA is doing. We have no mind of our own. Captain Rakesh Rai, there are 6 Dreamliners cancelled today. 6. And the situation is getting really messy, isn't it?
The way I look at it, the 6 groundings are not because of problems with the aeroplane. It's the DGCA directive to carry out checks on those 6, on all the aeroplanes. For checks to be carried out, the aeroplanes have to be taken off the line. So when aeroplanes are taken off the line, all the sectors cannot be serviced. So the flight
Sir, the Ahmedabad Gatwick service AI 159, right, was cancelled because of unavailability of aircraft due to airspace restriction and additional precautionary checks.
Correct.
Right? Now tell me, you are saying it's not because of any technical slag, it's because of additional precautionary checks.
Correct.
Okay. So are you trying to say that this additional precautionary check was decided in the last half an hour?
No.
So the passengers, the price of an Air India business class Ahmedabad to London is 2,12,531 rupees. The cancellation happens last minute.
To carry out checks on 34 aeroplanes cannot be done in 2 or 3 days.
And let me ask you, Air India flight AI 180, Boeing 777-200, technical slag on the left engine, halted in Kolkata.
Yeah,
so and 1 minute. So Air India flight Delhi-Paris grounded because of hydraulic leak?
Possible.
So Air India Ahmedabad flight gets cancelled. 1 minute, sir. Sir, the question is, there are Air India 787 flight AI 315 carrying 200 passengers returns because of suspected technical issue?
Yes.
This is not precautionary check?
Because of this heightened...
So what do you mean heightened precautionary checks, sir? I'm sorry. Captain Tanushree?
I would like to state
Captain Rai, if I may. So there are 2 things that I would like to point out about training and technical in this particular case. In Air India, and so sometime back, Air India, about pilots recruitment, was recruiting pilots on this Boeing fleet and even on Airbus. I believe it was Airbus. And they started charging, and what I saw there, one of my students, yesteryear students, pointed it out. They were charging 1 lakh rupees for the sim session of the interview. Now, no company is ethically supposed to be charging for an interview. That means only people who afford it will be paying that and coming. That means you are effectively raising the barrier for meritorious students who don't have that money. 1. 2. About the 787. Sir, in this particular case, the rat has deployed. It is visible in the video. that only happens, sir. You're a very senior pilot. I'm a 737 pilot. I'm sure you know better. But the fact is that the RAT only deploys when there's a dual engine failure or there's an electric failure or there's a hydraulic failure. Now, there is no information on the APU whether the APU was deployed or not. We are both aware that if it ain't a Boeing, I ain't going came because there was an APU. There is no information on the APU. And we are also both aware how many airlines have been caught forging technical records and records of maintenance. And this particular aircraft has had issues for a very long time. So if 6 aircraft are found lacking, there has to be a maintenance issue. It cannot be a precautionary issue. I mean, I'm only imploring this. I request you to weigh in on this.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, you can, Captain.
Please do so, please.
The recruitment of pilots has got, first of all, nothing to do with this accident. Number 2, APU, I don't know what's the procedure on 737. I don't remember. I have flown 737 for a long time. The APU is switched off after startup procedure, and APU is not on for takeoff. So after the aircraft has got airborne, listen to me. After the aircraft is airborne, the APU is off. APU is switched off before the aircraft is taken off. So the question of APU remaining on or coming on doesn't arise. So when the dual engine failure takes place, or a total hydraulic failure or total electrical failure, the RAT will come on. So where is the question of APU being
I will weigh in on that, sir. I will weigh in on that, sir. Sir, our QRH, whenever there's an engine failure, what does it say? Now at 600 feet, I understand it.
Your QRH is different from Dreamliner QRH. Your QRH is not the standard QRH for 787.
Please give me 10 seconds, sir. Please give me 10 seconds. What does the standard Boeing QRH for anything weigh? It says if you have an engine failure, you restart it, right? And normally it is assumed that you will have at least one engine. You have to look at the timeline, the amount of time the pilots had. Exactly. Sir, you are not giving, sir, please give me some time. Sir, give me
the amount of time the pilots had from the time the engine may have failed to the point of impact. Sir, I have already said that this was too low for that. I understand that. So are you trying to say that the APU, the moment you switch on the APU, it comes on? No.
Sir, if you don't allow me to speak, I cannot
takes
speak.
About 35
So let her respond to you, Captain. So Captain, let her respond to you. She wants to say something.
You're not even letting me speak. No, you're not even letting me speak, sir. You're very senior. I don't want to interject you. But what I'm trying to say, sir, that our QRH is very, very silent on a rare dual engine failure. Our QRH assumes that eventually one single engine will come on, but this particular height wasn't even enough for that. And APUs, yes, they are turned off before the takeoff, but they are supposed to be there as a backup in extreme emergency.
My point is,
and that is also there for a purpose.
That even if he had
my point is that there has to be an issue with the aircraft.
Tell me the timeline.
Sir, how is the timeline important when the issue is between the aircraft maintenance or...
Okay, now, if I, Captain Ryan, Captain Tanushree, if I can come in on this. See, my point is, we are passengers. While this issue goes on and 6 Dreamliners gets cancelled and there is a mess everywhere, Swapnil, what happens to us? What happens to us? Swapnil Kothari is a senior advocate and coming on as an angry citizen voice from Mumbai tonight. Swapnil.
Well, Arnab, nothing happens. We just pray. We just pray to God. We only pray to God, believing that hopefully we will not be one of those people who've succumbed, or we'll be one of those lucky survivors who will be sitting next to an emergency seat, whilst the civil aviation minister and the CEO of this particular airline, Air India, twiddles his thumbs and does nothing. I absolutely fail to understand that if this was any other country with a responsibility for certain airline, this CEO would have seen the light, would not have seen the next day in office. That somewhere the accountability has to fix Arnab. It cannot be 4 days of Republic TV and then finally people coming around.
Rahul Ishwar, what do you think? Rahul Ishwar, citizen voice from Thiruvananthapuram.
That outrage is there. I would humbly request all those people in the aviation industry to understand that outrage is there. Many media may not be carrying it, but Republic is rightly carrying that outrage because there is a scare for people. No, we at the end of the day, we don't understand your technical language. You are speaking Greek to us. We are concerned regarding our safety and we want somebody to be held accountable for this action because nearly 300 people lost their life, 300 families have been orphaned, and there should be somebody accountable for this. So rather than speaking, of course, I respect the technicalities, but for a normal man, the safety is important. A brand like Air India imploding and collapsing like this is absolutely sad. This is what
okay, Ramdas calling from Bengaluru. We are taking hot and live calls tonight. Ramdas from Bengaluru, please, Ramdas.
Hi, Arnab. I'm very happy that Republic is the only channel who is giving continuous coverage of such,
Yes,
national interest, and such matters which are related to we the people of India. The Republic is the only channel who covered very extensively the IPL mishap. Thank you for that. But in my opinion, I think it is the maintenance, management, and DGCA inspection is the main culprit here. It is not only
DGCA is... Yes, sir.
Irrespective of Air India. Maybe we don't know what is happening with other airlines as well.
Sir, you are blaming a DGCA. That's very good, sir. I also want to tell you Republic is the only non-corporate owned large network, which is an independently owned network in the country. And at times like this, that reflects. Murli is calling in from Hubli. Murli.
Hello.
Hi, Murli.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My condolence to all the families who are really shaken up and this thing. But you see, postmortem is not at all required here. Required is that Air India or any other airline to take the safety of the passengers should be at the helm. You see, they don't talk about this money matter and all that. All the people who are talking on that, they are talking about, they are supporting the airliners. Don't do that, please.
So it's very dangerous. I agree with you, Murli. I agree with you, Murli. Passenger first. Let there be cancellations, no problem. You can't fly in Air India, flying from London, fine. You'll fly some Gulf Air, you'll fly KLM, you'll find a way to get back to your country. But Air India should be careful about flying Dreamliners in this situation. Kriti from Belgaum. Kriti.
Good evening, Arnab sir.
Good evening.
And good evening to all the panelists. Thank you for having me. What I would like to say is... Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, loud and clear, Kriti. Go on.
What I would like to say is my heartfelt condolences to the family of grieving, and then this has really shattered each and every person. My heart really goes out to the pilot, his family, and to all the other people on the flight. Now, coming back to giving the onus, if Mr. Campbell has been shamelessly holding on to his seat, why isn't Mr. Campbell, the CEO, why isn't the Tatas taking any action on him?
Absolutely. My words exactly, Kriti. I don't know what's going on with the Tata Group. They're trying to handle this like a PR disaster. It's not. It's an organizational mess. Venkatraman from Chennai. Venkatramanji.
Yes, Arnab. It's really, my condolences to all the families who are deceased. At the same time, Arnab, you are doing a wonderful job by, taking up the... I appreciate your anguish, your disappointment, and your views regarding how Air India should have been more careful and all. I agree with that. But at the same time, can you completely prevent accidents? It is not possible. If you see the overall percentage of accidents, it is very less. Of course, really the people are unfortunate. My heart is with them.
Yes.
At the same time, I would like to mention one thing. Every day, 474 people are dying in road accidents in India.
No, Venkatraman, I agree with you on that, but you can't use that to justify that if 400 people die in road accidents, 250 can die in plane accidents, right, Rahul? Rahul?
There's no equivalence. With due respect, sir, there is no equivalence. Even
there's no equivalence on that. Okay,
so we cannot compare like that.
Yeah.
Yes, Arnab, see, Mr. Venkatraman, I'll tell you something. Accidents happen. That's a very, very specious statement to make. You need to take care of your maintenance. You need to maintain...
Yeah. Sri Charan from Mysuru, last caller tonight, Sri Charan. Sri Charan from Mysuru.
Condolences to all the families of grieving, and thanks for taking this up, Arnab, sir.
Thank you.
I don't want to make speculations over here, but passengers trust that aircraft they're boarding is airworthy.
Yeah.
But what we are seeing is now shocking.
Yeah.
And my point is the Air India CEO should answer and not make a template answer or resign.
I agree with you,
And equal responsibility holds good with DGCA and Civil Aviation Ministry also, sir. Because how did they approve the safety audits become a question?
I agree with you. I agree with you, sir. I thank you so much. We couldn't take many calls tonight, but I thank you, everyone. We're losing time and we're losing an opportunity to fix this. 7 incidents in 72 hours. We have a right to raise our voice. We have a right to be alarmed. At 9 p.m. tonight, what is Trump going to do? How much escalation could happen tonight between Israel and Iran? When we are back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Wow, we got this cool.
Strikes, evacuations, civilian casualties. No end in sight. 5th day of missile attacks between Israel and Iran. Global fallout looms as West Asia conflict widens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at a residential.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. And global concern is there tonight about what is going to happen next between Israel and Iran, and justifiably so. In today's world where things are interconnected, where issues are multilateral, my problem is with the unilateralism of Donald Trump. Yes, there must be peace between Israel and Iran. Yes, bloodshed must stop. Yes, both sides have to broker some peace. Yes, Iran has a right to feel aggrieved, but Israel has a bigger reason to feel like it's been a victim for far too long of the Hamas, of the Hezbollah, of the Houthi, and proxy terrorism. But my point is, can we trust Donald Trump to fix a deal? My problem is not with Iran, or certainly not with Israel, but can you trust a man called Donald Trump? Is he predictable? Ladies and gentlemen, he says we're looking at better than a ceasefire. At a time when the ceasefire is the world's demand, Donald Trump steps away and he says, I'm not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking at better as a ceasefire. But in a war zone, we all know that anything that is not a ceasefire is continued bloodshed. Donald Trump seems to believe that more bloodshed is the road to peace. More killings, more bombings, more bloodshed, more troops, more violence, more rivers of blood. What does he mean by better than a ceasefire? The world's biggest ongoing conflict, which is nuclear rimmed, and Donald Trump allocates upon himself the right to determine which direction the peace is to be found in. My question tonight exactly is, can peace be redefined on Trump's terms alone? I don't think so. If it is not a ceasefire, then what is the next step? Regime change? Occupation? And to that question I would like to ask, that while I'm on Israel's side, and absolutely and completely because Israel is a victim of terrorism, I have severe problems with American versions of regime change. I am consistent on this. What America tried to do in Bangladesh and did was regime change. We questioned that then. If the end goal of the Americans is to take an out-of-work ex-royal sitting in America, an American stooge, and pick him up and bring him and make him the proxy king of Iran, then are we going to support that kind of regime change? America wants to do regime change whenever the democracies or the countries or the rulers don't follow their line. America did regime change in the Soviet Union and broke it up. America did regime change in Bangladesh. America has done regime change all across North Africa. America, if it could, would even try to do regime change in India, only we are too big, too powerful, too obstinate and too proud and too strong for America to even try. But we know that America as a country uses everything to try and do regime change. Hence, I do not trust America's intention. You see, the other reason I can't trust Trump is because his campaign rhetoric was, let's go back to peace. He portrayed himself, he projected himself as an antidote to endless war, and today Trump has become an ambassador of endless war. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, let's stop killing people, let's go back to peace. That was his presidential campaign in November. Yet weeks into his return to power, the whole Middle East region is aflame. And he's pouring gasoline. This man is dangerous. He's pouring gasoline, not water. He promised peace. He delivers provocation. Was peace just a talking point for Donald Trump? Overall, ladies and gentlemen, Trump only wants a Nobel Peace Prize. But alas, there are many more wars in the world since he took office. He keeps saying, I should be given more credit. He tried to take false credit for India agreeing to a ceasefire, if you can call it that, with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. He wants to be seen to be a peacemaker, a unifier. His record is exactly the opposite. The Israel-Gaza conflict has only widened. He said, I'm going to solve Israel-Gaza conflict, Russia-Ukraine. He said, I'll solve Russia-Ukraine in 12 hours. That's fact is, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump, it's been 1,209 days since the conflict started. You promised the solution in 12 hours, you're nowhere. You said, Donald Trump, that I can stop nuclear enrichment by Iran. The fact of the matter is the Iranian foreign ministry has said no to you. And now you're angry, and hence you're promising more bloodshed. Yes, strategic lines must be drawn. Nations must speak on the basis of what they believe is in their national interest. But we must not agree to a Trumpian precedent that is being set here, that wherever Trump's interests are questioned, he will go out of his way to kill more people, do whatever the hell he wants to achieve his personal objective. Trump's objective is not the world's objective. Be warned, ladies and gentlemen, we don't draw the red line here, then it's going to come back to bite us. Let's debate.
Day 5 of the escalating conflict between Iran and Israel saw tensions rising as both nations exchanged attacks in a tit-for-tat strike. This has resulted in a significant loss of life and widespread destruction. Israel has reported the killing of Iran's new wartime chief of staff, Ali Shadmani, in a targeted strike. This comes after the death of his predecessor in Israel's initial attack on Friday.
Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket. And in those buses, each morning, children are taken to the school. And if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead.
According to Iranian state media, at least 224 people have been killed in the country since the conflict began. In Israel, Iranian retaliatory strikes have claimed 24 lives. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that today the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran.
היום אנחנו עומדים לתקוף מטרות מאוד משמעותיות בתוך טהרן, וגם כן דובר צה"ל יפנה לתושבים להתפנות. אנחנו רואים את הטורים שיוצאים החוצה, את טורי הרכבים.
The G7 leaders did not mince their words. Iran was blamed, Israel was backed, and nuclear red lines were drawn. Back in Alberta, another diplomatic crack opened wide. French President Emmanuel Macron claimed that Iran was ready for a ceasefire, even nuclear negotiations.
Et ensuite, dès que le cessez-le-feu sera obtenu, et je pense que les annonces qui ont été faites par le président Trump sont tout à fait positives et le rôle que les États-Unis d'Amérique auront à jouer est clé, les Français, à leur côté, les Britanniques et les Allemands sont disponibles pour reprendre des discussions sérieuses. Discussions que nous n'avons jamais cessées.
But Trump wasn't buying it. Within hours, he publicly humiliated Macron, saying he had no idea what the French leader was talking about, hinting that his G7 exit was more than just diplomacy.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. We want people to be safe, and that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
The humanitarian impact is severe, with many civilians caught in the crossfire. Some Indian students in Iran were being relocated to safer places within the country. The government stressed that other feasible options were also being examined. The conflict's trajectory remains uncertain, with both sides showing no signs of backing down. The Iran-Israel conflict enters its 5th day with the world watching anxiously. Tonight, the G7 regroups under global tension. Ceasefire chaos, nuclear threats, war rhetoric, all on the table.
It's a very important debate tonight, and from Israel we have three very vocal pro-Israel voices. Dan Pfefferman, he's been a major in the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF. Another former soldier of the IDF and defense expert, Benny Benjamin, is with us this evening from Ramla. Adam Belos, a very well-spoken CEO of the Israel Innovation Front, is live from Tel Aviv. And we have pro-Iran voices, professor at the Ankara Yildirim Beyazit University, Dr. Omer Anas. He joins us on a second successive night. Waris Pathan from India is the national spokesperson for the political party, the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, a Muslim-focused party which is operating out of India, and he is pro-Iran. And Peter Kuznick is anti-Israel because he says he's anti-war. He's director of nuclear studies at American University. Now, Peter, let me start with you now. There is a straight threat, very clear. It seems that Trump wants to increase the level of attack on Iran. There have been reports of American planes flown in through Europe, right, coming in to be part of this. Is Trump leading an American effort out here? Is America going to get directly involved? What does he mean by saying, in your view, that clear Tehran, move out of Tehran? What is the message he's sending? Is it only psychological warfare, or is it more?
It looks to be that Trump is planning to join Israel in the war against Iran. Trump, in his negotiations with Iran, knew, as everybody else did, that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium. As a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Iran had that right and was willing to give up its nuclear program, said that repeatedly, but would not give up its right to enrich. But that was Trump's demand. So he knew that those negotiations were going to fail. He says that he effectively greenlit the Israeli attack. Netanyahu claimed that this was an existential threat to Israel. There is no evidence that we've seen to support that. Iran has said over and over again they're going to give it up, as they had in 2015 in the JCPOA, which Netanyahu tried to blow up then. Netanyahu has been making claims about Iran being a year or months or days away from a bomb since 1992. He lies repeatedly about this. U.S. intelligence made that clear. But the fact that Tulsi Gabbard reported that they did not have a nuclear weapons program and they were not close to a bomb, Trump has now criticized Tulsi and broken with her. We have Tucker Carlson warning about this, and Trump has also come out against Tucker Carlson. So I think that it's very, very worrisome, but it looks like the United States is going to come in. And without the United States, there seems to be no Israeli option to take out Fordo. And that's the most important Iranian nuclear facility. They need the U.S. B-52s and B-2s and its massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb in order to take out Fordo. Israel has ways to take out Natanz and other facilities to kill the leaders. What I'm concerned about are two things. One is Trump says that if U.S. facilities in the region get attacked, then the U.S. will come in. I'm worried about a Mossad false flag operation attacking a U.S. facility, number one. Number two, I'm worried about the Israelis assassinating Foreign Minister Arakchi, because he's the one who's going to conduct the Iranian negotiations, just like Israel took out Shamkhani, the previous Iranian negotiator. And I'm worried about that that Iran will do something like close the Strait of Hormuz, which would give Israel and which would give the U.S. the excuse that it's looking for. So I think that the U.S. is planning to come in, and that will be very, very dangerous. The other possibility, if the U.S. doesn't come in, since Israel is saying this is an existential threat and that doesn't have the ability to take out Fordo with conventional weapons, I'm also worried that Israel will resort to a nuclear attack on the Fordo facility, since they're saying this is such an existential threat.
This is going to, let me get the response from the Israeli side now. Israel also warned that Ayatollah Khomeini could meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein. Things are getting serious. Is Israel serious about trying to eliminate Ayatollah Khomeini? Can I get a view from Israel, please? Would you like to take that, Benny, first, and then to Adam? Because this threat, when your defense minister, Katz, in a meeting with Israel's military and security service commander said that he should remember what happened to the dictator in the neighboring country to Iran who took the same path against Israel. It's a threat to eliminate Khomeini, isn't it?
We will start with Iran. We know Iran for more than 40 years now. I mean, after the Shah. And they have done all the terrorism, whatever we have in the world. I think they are the most positive people to make terrorism in this area. I can talk about Hezbollah, I can talk about Houthis, I can talk about Hamas, I can talk about so many. From Iran, from Argentina to Middle East, everything what was done by the Iranians, it was done.
Waris and Omer.
That we are talking about, we are talking about nuclear yet. Nuclear thing is, yes, about 25 or 23 years, Netanyahu is shouting to clear this matter with the Iranians. But nobody did anything. And, today we came to this place because of the 60 days that the US given to the Iranians, and the Iranians had not done anything. They were just pulling out more and more. And I think if there will be a ceasefire, the Iranian will come to the same stage. So I think we want not only ceasefire for the nuclears, but we want the ceasefire to stop the terrorism. We want the ceasefire not to give the money to the terrorism that we are talking about, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, whatever you have. We are talking about the citizens of them. They're Iran. They are not happy. So I don't think that we are going to make now the new rule in Tehran. But the Iranians must know that they must, if they want to have peace in this area, they must stop all this. And
okay, I'd like to get in a view pro-Iran, please. Waris, would you like to start first before I go to Dr. Omer and ask? See, point is, I want to make one point tonight. We are concerned about this going beyond the region. I'm looking at the language of China very closely, where China is indirectly accusing Trump of escalating the crisis, saying we want to protect the sovereignty of countries. So it'll be interesting to see that if there is a huge rain of fire on Tehran, whether China stays out of it. It's just an observation. I'm not sure China will get directly involved, but we can't assume it won't. Waris Pathan, your response as I get Dan Pfefferman and Adam Bellos to speak on the other side. Waris Pathan, please. Please, Waris.
Well, Arnab, we have to understand the Iran and Israel war first. First thing, Iran does not have nuke. Israel does. Iran is signatory to the NPT. Israel isn't. Iran allowed IAFE inspectors in this country. Israel doesn't. But Israel attacked Iran. Israel is the aggressor. Iran is the victim. Now, Iran declared war on the basis of
the most
nuclear program.
I've ever heard.
Then again, they went about regime change. Then they spoke about assassinating the leaders. and now they are bombing the journalist. So, butcher of Gaza, Netanyahu, is a mass murderer. He has committed genocide on Gaza, Palestine. He has killed 55,000 people, including 5-year-old children. They were starved to death by Netanyahu, and now Netanyahu wanted to do the same thing with Iran, but Iran responded. So why do we have to support Israel, Arnab? Why did you not allow the NPT?
I'll come to you. Adam and Dan, I'll let him complete. I'll come to you. I'll come to you after he completes. I will come to you both. I will come to you both moment Mr. Pathan completes. Let Mr. Pathan, let Mr. Waris complete, and I'll come to you both, please. Waris, complete your points, please.
He's a mass murderer. He has committed genocide on Gaza, Palestine. He starved children to death, Arnab. Where are we? Netanyahu wants to have a settlement or something like that.
Okay, Waris now, Waris, let us hear the Israeli side. Who goes first, Adam or Dan? Okay, Adam goes first and then Dan, yeah.
Okay, first of all, let's go back to Professor Kuzik, who was on this program with me at the beginning of October in 2023, when he completely predicted everything incorrectly about what would happen and what the Israeli responses would be, and everything from there. It's a complete showcase of the failure of America's academics, that you have a pro-Iran regime academic talking about Israel using a nuclear weapon, which it has never, ever even hinted at ever using once since it has had nuclear weapons. 2, it is absolutely insane for anyone to say that someone is committing genocide after what
Iran does not have the nuke, but Israel has.
And the proof that
let him complete, Waris.
Through Iran's funding of Hamas and all of its proxies. That's just, I mean, that's absolutely rich. Okay, you can say we're committing genocide in Gaza, except the numbers don't support the definition of genocide whatsoever. Okay, so let's just be honest with each other. Let's keep things in the realm of reality. Iran is the largest sponsor.
Waris, let him complete. Let him complete, Waris. Let him complete.
You starve them to death.
Let him complete. You're repeating your points. We can't speak over each other, right? All right, calm down. Adam, continue. Waris, calm down.
My point. Thank you. Anyway, my point is that the Iranian regime has been the world's largest sponsor of terror for over 40 years. So to deny the killing of South American Jews in Buenos Aires or the attacks on Israelis in Cyprus, let's not mince words here. The Iranian regime is about to fall. There is no reason to go to some eschatological apocalyptic interpretation of what is going on here. The Iranian people are rising up. The Iranian people want to shake off the Iranian regime because they have been occupying the Persian people since the revolution. So let's just be completely realistic. Israel is not going to use a nuclear weapon because we don't want any fallout on the Iranian people, and our war is not with the Iranian people. Point 2. To say that we are out there destabilizing the world is a complete fabrication and lie, given all the chatter that we see from Pakistan, China, and Iran, and the fact that you have Iranians dancing in the streets celebrating this attack right now. So let's just be honest intellectuals and let's change the top thing that says pro-Iran over these two gentlemen to pro-Islamic Republic, because they're clearly
No, Peter has a right to respond briefly to that before I bring in Dan out here. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole focus is on whether America gets directly involved. Peter, your quick rebut, please. You've been accused of intellectual dishonesty by Adam quite directly, yes. Who says you've been doing the same thing for a couple of years since he last met you.
Let me say, I am not pro-Iran. I hate the Ayatollahs. I hate the Islamic Republic. I hate the repression inside Iran. I trace this back to 1953 when the U.S. overthrew Mossadegh, who was a very progressive secular leader in Iran. The U.S. has had its hands in this for a long time, and I am not anti-Israel by any means. But what I see Israel doing is so atrocious to me and to most American Jews.
He's not pro-Iran, he's anti-Israel. Yeah,
I lost.
I mean, you appear in all anti-Israel categories. Every time you're on a panel, you're always on the anti-Israel side. You accuse Israel of horrendous things prior to us even attacking on October 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. You couldn't even acknowledge the genocidal actions taken by Hamas on October 7th. You couldn't
you're
even
lying.
acknowledge the
Adam,
horrific
I've
crimes.
always criticized.
Okay? Let's just
I've
be
always-
honest. You are
I've
not a
always
fan of Israel.
criticized
You have never
Hamas.
given positive
I don't
commentary
like
whatsoever.
Hamas. I don't like Hezbollah.
Be
I
honest.
criticize them.
Okay, your chair
Look, I
is probably
did.
funded by
You are
Qatar
lying
and
about what
American
I say.
companies.
Listen,
You're
Mama,
a great
manage the
example
volume, please,
with
producers.
the problems that are happening in American academia.
Ladies and gentlemen, over 100 targets have been destroyed. That's what Israel is saying. We are on the knife's edge, Dan. I hope you realize in Israel, as well as our friend in Ankara tonight, that this is no longer an Israel versus Iran issue. This has become a global issue. The world is taking sides. The only concern I have is whether, Dan, you can trust Trump. I support Israel, but I have problems with Trump. Do you like the unilateralism of Trump? Do you like the sense that Trump is trying to give, Dan? That he's going to decide every step. He's going to decide what happens next. Dan.
I think President Trump here has a very clear moral vision of what's happening here. What's happening right now in the Middle East is very clearly a fight of good versus evil. Our Iranian friend here talked about Iran fighting colonialism. I've been all day on different shows, including here on Republic TV, and I keep hearing Israel and the West and colonialism. The only colonists and the only people spreading and occupying and colonizing and committing genocides in the Middle East are the sides affiliated with Iran. Last I checked, it's the Iran-backed Assad regime, and it was the Iran-backed Hezbollah who killed nearly 1 million Sunnis in Syria, starving to death during the course of their civil war. Any casualties, any blood spilled in Gaza goes straight back to Hamas, which is backed by the Iranian regime. So I think it's quite disingenuous, and I think I'd be happy to meet the wonderful script writers, the fiction writers in Tehran who are writing the history books, because they have everything backwards and upside down. I don't know if you can trust every decision that every American president makes, but what is clear is that President Trump has a very clear moral compass. He understands who are the good guys, who are the bad guys. He understands that Israel is very much a David fighting a Goliath. I remind all the viewers and I remind all our panelists, on October 7th, Israel was attacked unprovoked. Hamas broke a ceasefire backed by Iran in order to stop the march to peace and integration in the region. Hezbollah broke the ceasefire and started firing rockets. The Houthis broke, nobody had even heard of the Houthis prior to October 7th. They began firing rockets unprovoked. These are countries which Israel has no interest, had no territorial claims, had no conflict with. And what do they all have in common? They're all backed by the Islamic regime in Iran, something that Israel would love to have nothing to do with. Israel had wonderful relations with the wonderful people of Iran prior to 1979. And then in the 1979 Islamic Revolution, let me finish, sir. You've talked long enough, and you've shouted everyone down. In 1979, Iran made up a new ideology in order to distract its people and distract the world from the fact that it has no idea how to govern, the fact that it has no idea it should not be in office. It controls its people with an iron fist. The people are going to rise up against this awful dictatorial, despotic regime that hangs women and beats them to death if they show strands of hair, in which gays are hanged from the streets, in which journalists and political dissidents are executed for voicing their opinion. The people of Iran, the people of the Middle East, the United States, and the people of the world are already thanking and will thank Israel for doing the dirty work that the world doesn't have the guts to do, and that's finally taking out this awful regime that has been the engine of terrorism and radicalism in the Middle East for the past
1 minute. Now, Dan, it's going to be Dan versus Waris for the next 2 minutes. 1 minute. Waris,
let me prove that.
You're responding to Dan?
Yeah, the declaration of war against Iran. Arnab, the declaration of war against Iran was about nuclear program. Let me now say, the US intelligence assessment now states that Iran is at least 3 years away from developing a nuclear bomb, not just months, as asserted by Tel Aviv. This is the report by the US intelligence. So why did Israel attack Iran? Now they are playing victims. Who is the victim? Iran is the victim.
Okay, 1 minute. Dan, let him complete. Dan, let him complete. To be fair, Dan, let Waris complete and then you come in.
Palestine. You have been bombing innocent children in Gaza. You are a murderer. Netanyahu is a mass murderer. He has committed genocide in Gaza. 55,000 Arnab people have till now been killed in Gaza.
No, okay, now you are repeating, but to the main point, Dan, the counter from Waris Pathan. The counter, Waris, I got you there. Waris, come on, now chill out. The counter from Waris Pathan is that he's suggesting here that the Americans are being dishonest and the Israelis being dishonest in saying that Iran is very close to developing nuclear weapon capability. He says there are American reports which say
I'm quoting US intelligence assessments.
Which assessment are you quoting? Quote your source. You can say anything is the US intelligence assessment. Who put that out? Which is the published source?
India Today Global has tweeted this. India Today Global.
So he's quoting an Indian news source to say that. Okay, I'd like Dan to respond. Dan.
No, you were there. No, I was there. That is the US intelligence.
Dan.
American intelligence, Israeli intelligence, all of the European intelligence and the IEA corroborate that Iran was making a mad dash towards a nuclear weapon. That's the timing of the Israeli strike. It is meant to prevent the most dangerous regime in the world from achieving the most dangerous weapon in the world. That is everything.
Anes, was Iran making a mad rush? Was Iran making a mad rush at getting a nuclear weapon? And if it was, then can you guarantee that weapon would not be used against Israel? Israel has had nuclear weapon capability for decades. It has not activated it. But can Iran, be trusted to do the same? I'd like Amer Anas to come in from Ankara.
And first of all, I would like to refuse to be called as pro-Iran because I'm here as an academician, as an analyst. I am not diplomat. I am not.
You're anti-Israel. I can say that. I mean, you're not neutral, right? I mean, so please.
No, I am because I rely on my studies. I am not belonging to any official position, which many of people who are here.
Right. Do you agree that the Jewish state has a right to exist?
Number one.
Because
secondly,
if you that, then we can
very interesting statement has come.
Exactly what our host
very
is
interesting statement has come from German Chancellor. He has said that Israel is doing the dirty work of all of us. What is that dirty work? The dirty work is, as I said yesterday, Israel is the last remnant of colonial mindset, and. Israel is doing the dirty work of colonization.
Okay, Adam, I will let you respond to him strongly once he completes.
To destroy the entire Middle East. What my worry is that India, Russia and China are going to clean the mess which Israel is going to make all over the region. And that is why...
No, 1 minute. Adam wants to... Anes, why are you dragging India and China into this?
The entire Bush era, George Bush era has come.
Not stay on the panel.
The era of fabrication about nuclear.
Okay, Adam is objecting. Adam, what's your objection? Adam, what's your objection? Anes, Adam has some major objection to what you've said there. What is that, Adam? Come on, that you interrupted him thrice.
No, I'm sorry. He did this. He did this yesterday, and it is absolutely absurd to associate this country with colonialism. You cannot associate the Jewish return to Judea with colonialism. The idea that the Zionist movement has anything remotely connected to colonialism, given the sheer failure of every colonial movement other than Zionism, given the fact that it's the return of an indigenous people, it just shows straight out what your opinions already are. Just by speaking the words that you're speaking, you're already letting us know what you think and how you think, which means that you do not agree that Israel belongs in the Middle East or has the right to exist as a Jewish state, which means that we're going to hear.
No, but Adam, what does? Dr. Anes.
I want to ask, to which civilization Israel belongs? Do they belong any civilization? You know, they are not referring to any international law. They don't accept any international law. So for
one minute.
Under which law?
Okay, 1 minute. One minute.
They don't have any law.
Okay, Adam, wait. Okay, Adam now.
They are not following any...
Adam, go on. Omer, you're repeating your point. Adam.
No, I'm sorry. You just asked me, what civilization do we belong to? the Jewish civilization, the one that archaeology has shown to have existed for thousands of years, the reason why the Dome of the Rock is sitting on a platform.
Okay, 1 minute, Mike. Now my question is therefore, one second, Adam, my question is, Dr. Anas, it's easy to try and take a high moral ground, okay, to try and provoke Adam on the program is easier than you think. He's on the program, he's very, very strong on the subject, very angry as well since yesterday. My question is, I want to bring in Dan here. And my question is to Dr. Anas. Dr. Anas, which international rule of law, right, Dan, which international rule of law do the Hamas or the Houthi or the Hezbollah follow? Which law allowed them to kill thousands of Israelis on the 7th of October? It's so easy to be a hypocrite, Dr. Anas. And when you take the cover of, well, allow me now, please. It's going to be an open session right now. I asked for Dan on the left. It's so easy to say that, right? I want you to say that what international rule was being followed by the Hamas on the 7th of October. Which international rule is followed by the Houthis, who are the biggest global pirates today, right? Or when the Hezbollah fires rockets on Israeli soil, which international rule of law do they follow? Don't, the shoe pinches, Dr. Anas, on the other foot. And don't tell me Iran has no links to these three groups. So don't use the international rule of law argument with me. Answer me.
Shall I answer?
Yes, please answer.
Please, thank you. First of all,
yes,
Israeli occupation of the land which the United Nations has
which international rule of law does the Hamas follow?
I'm coming to my point.
But you got to answer my question. You'll give a long preface but avoid my question, which is completely unfair, Professor.
International law says any country which is occupying the land of any other country, the resident of this country has the right to, and they have the right even for armed struggle.
That is the argument, you say.
The gentleman from
no, from the river to the sea argument, we want to take away Israel as, so your argument is that in your worldview, Israel has no right to exist. In your worldview, Israel has no right to exist.
Please let me finish.
No, Dr. Anas, you just tried to say that Israel has no right to exist. How do you expect me to be quiet when you say that?
Even without Hamas, the right of Palestinian people to struggle against Israeli occupation is valid under international law. And I'm saying that the gentlemen here from Israel, I'm not sure whether they are standing on an occupied land or on the Israeli land. I'm not sure. But the Palestinians have the right. So you can have objection with Hamas. I have objection with Hamas. However, the right of Palestinian people to have their own country is recognized by each and every international law, countries, and the civilized nation on
no, you decide one second, just 1 minute, one point, just stop here. Last night on this program, I asked, what is Iran's stated goal? And I said, let's see, you may consider me pro-Israel, but I'd say, okay, Israel is clear. Their stated goal is not to destroy Iran, but to destroy its nuclear weapons program. What is Iran's stated goal? Right? You must be clear. Is your stated goal the elimination of the state of Israel? Or is your stated goal pursuit of your nuclear weapons program? You got to be clear here. You can't, you prevaricate on this issue and say I've got an academic license to be unclear. What is Iran's end game?
Yes. Iran has multiple times conveyed its position, even via Saudi Arabia, that Iranians are ready to recognize the state of Israel, provided that Israel is also going to allow the creation of Palestinian state, which has not been created even after 70 years of the United Nations Security Council resolution. So it is up to Israel to accept the state of Palestine first.
Okay,
and
we have
I think that
Dan.
Iranians are ready for any kind of
Doctor, you might have missed the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict 101 in your college studies, because the Palestinians were offered, by my counts, at least 4, if not 5, if not 6 chances at having independence in a two-state solution. Every time they've turned them down, every time they chose war. Hang on, I let you speak. Let me speak, please. I let you speak. In 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew every last settler, every last soldier from the Gaza Strip. Since 2006, when Hamas brutally took over the Gaza Strip, they have launched 7 different rounds of unprovoked violence against Israel, each ending with a ceasefire. On October the 6th, 2023, a ceasefire was in place, which Hamas broke. I agree with you that countries or peoples who think they're occupied have a right to resist, whatever that means. You can go after militaries, but they went after civilians. They massacred unarmed civilians. They slaughtered elderly people, women, children. They took hostages, civilian hostages, into Gaza. So if you're going to resist, and if you're going to start a war unprovoked, after there was a ceasefire in place, after Israel withdrew in 2005 from every last inch of Gaza, in which a ceasefire was in place the day before, if you're going to start a war, sir, there are consequences. And Hamas and Hezbollah started firing at Israel completely unprovoked. The Houthis started firing at Israel completely unprovoked. All of these groups are backed by Iran. They want to resist. They need to remember that there are consequences. And right now they are paying the consequences for a war that they started unprovoked on October the 7th. If they wanted independence and a two-state solution and to end the occupation, they had multiple chances. 2000, 2001, 2008, 2014, even President Trump put an offer on the table in 2020, which they rejected and which led eventually to the Abraham Accords. So the Palestinians have chosen time and again war instead of peace, instead of having independence. The Palestinians need to choose a path for peace. I can guarantee you the Israelis will respond warmly and wholeheartedly to any offer of peace, but every time Israel shows any kinds of good gestures to the Palestinians, they are responded with terror and with extremism. And so this is where we are right now. And Israel has no choice but to finish off Hamas for there to be any chance of peace to ever exist between Israel and the Palestinians.
Look, the way you are talking, it is called colonial generosity. You are trying to be showing that you are so kind, but the reality is that you are killing the people. You are occupying their land inch by inch every day. Today, Palestine has been occupied too much that the possibility of creating a state of Palestine is almost negligible. So where exactly they are going to create the state of Palestine?
Where is the agency of the Palestinians to accept peace?
Your colonial mindset is, and you are doing the dirty job of European colonial people and of course the Americans as well. So you are the in charge
to succeed and bring a people back to their homeland. We're not colonialists. We don't represent anyone. A colonialist represents a mother country. We don't represent anyone. We are an indigenous people who came back to their homeland.
From where you came back?
From Israel, from the ancient Jewish kingdoms of Israel. That is where we came back. You see another country in the world that speaks Hebrew? How many countries in the region speak Arabic? How many countries in the region today are Muslim? It's because there was Muslim and there was Arab colonialism. There's no Jewish colonialism.
Don't interchange Muslims and their ethnicity. Muslims are living in India, they are Indian. They are living in Central Asia, they are Central Asian.
Well, there are Muslims in Israel too, by the way, Anas. 15% of Israel's population is Muslim. There are Muslims in Israel too. Are you saying you represent all Muslims? Is Iran trying to be the leader of the entire Islamic world out here? Which is why I'm asking, what is Iran's intention? Does it want to be the leader of the anti-Jewish world? Does it want to be the leader of the Islamic world? Does it want to process its nuclear weapons? What does Iran want? What is, be clear?
Humanity, to support humanity.
Or you just want Israel to stop existing, which is not going to happen.
Mahatma Gandhi was struggling in South Africa for black.
Why you can't take any of these people seriously? It is because you can't take any. You cannot take any of these gentlemen seriously that are on the opposite side of the pillar right now. You can't, because you want to know why? They deny our indigeneity. They deny our historical connection to the land, and they blame every problem that they have as a failure of their their country and what they support on us. Every single thing that is wrong, oh, it's the Jews.
Who?
Oh, it's Israel. I have never seen
one audio, please.
Of analysts
What is?
constantly trying.
He's an aggressor. He's an aggressor. Israel is an aggressor. Arnab Iran is a victim. Why nobody is questioning him on his nuclear program? Why no question to Israel on not signing the NPT? Why no questioning Israel on not allowing the IAEA to enter into its country? Why no question to Israel on allowing the...
Why did you finance the slaughter of October 7th, where I watched women and children killed and old women shot in the head sitting on their couch watching television and found babies in ovens? No. I've got a question. If you are not trying to get a nuclear weapon, why are you enriching uranium to 80 and 90%? Nothing that you say holds water. Okay, the regime is going to fall.
I have breaking visuals. I have breaking visuals of the moment that Iran has launched more missiles towards Israel, and I have visuals of that moments ago. Moments ago, I would like to run them full frame. And Donald Trump has also issued a statement. Things are getting extremely close, and Iran should stop trying to play victim out here because they've just launched a series of missiles towards Israel moments ago. Now, it's not looking like Iran wants to negotiate towards peace at all. In fact, Iran wants to escalate this, and then it wants to play victim. If Israel hits back, which I think it will, the only question is how far this is going to go and whether this is going to happen tonight. I also have a statement that is coming from the United States of America, where our political editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, is in Washington right now. And we have the statement that comes in from Trump. And Trump is saying that we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. This is the visual. Is this the visual? Not this one. I think we have a fresh visual. Okay, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran has good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare. Okay, full frame to the visuals. Ladies and gentlemen, these are latest Iranian missiles which have been fired towards Israel a few moments ago. This is in the air, and this is fired towards Israel. This is a really, really tense situation. Iran has just escalated this, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the latest visuals. Now, I would like a response from Benny Benjamin to what he sees here today. Benny, you saw these visuals now, fresh firing of missiles by Iran.
These missiles are for the south. That's why we have not got the alarm on our phones. But before hour, we had missiles in this area too, where I'm staying. It is in the center of Israel. And the missiles will come and all the night. We are not going to sleep today, I know, because that is already happening for four nights. It is very difficult. The war is very difficult. We don't want the war, but we don't have a choice. And this is the choice that we have. That if we will not fight for us, nobody will fight for us. So this is the fact. And when one of my friends, Adam, he said that we were there for, we gave them all the ways to have peace with us. Yes, Arafat got more than 85% of the land, or the occupied land we wanted to give him, and then negotiate about the 15% more. But we were supposed to give them land in the desert. So they have not agreed. So I don't know what you're talking about. That
okay, we have from DC, from Washington DC. I'm joined by Aishwarya Kapoor, our political editor, who's flown there to follow the developments from the American front. I'd like to go full frame to Aishwarya, please. Aishwarya, Donald Trump put out a statement a while back. Yes. Donald Trump put out a statement. And what is the view in the US right now, in Washington right now on this?
Well, the American administration is very clear. We've just heard, and as you just broke that information, Donald Trump has made it very clear that they control the skies over Iran. So the Americans are saying, and then the whole American defense establishment, Arnab, has been on and active. The White House was active the whole late last night while the American president left G7 and landed back in DC. Today, just minutes prior to Donald Trump reacting on the social media network and saying that they control Iran. What basically we are being told that at this point of time, America is going to directly intervene. That is the sense here from DC. We've spoken to not one, but multiple senior officials here in the White House, senior journalists who've been covering White House. They say that the minute Donald Trump left G7, left Calgary, it was very clear that the Americans are getting into this war. It is going to be very, very interesting how Iran reacts back to this. But at this point of time here in DC, everyone is keeping a very, very close eye on what is going to be now the first reaction from Tehran. Back to you, Arno.
So they obviously won't play for more time. Aishwarya, I'll just come back to you in a minute. Going back to our panel here tonight, the fact that Trump left the G7 abruptly, Peter, and said, I'm going to do something bigger, right? What does that tell you about the timing of whatever he wants to do?
It seems to me clear that Trump wants to get the U.S. involved in this war. And Trump has been supporting Israel from the very beginning, just like he did his first term, just like Biden did now. Instead of cutting off U.S. arms to Israel for the slaughter going on in Gaza, Trump kept the arms going. And, so the danger now is that the U.S. will get involved. Now, you can't accuse me of being anti-Israel or pro-Iran. I was appalled by the Hamas attack on October 7th, and I've said that over and over again. Israel has the right to exist, and it has the right to exist in peace and safety. But that does not mean that a war against Iran is justified. There was no immediate pretext. We have not seen any intelligence. The last thing I would want to see is Iran get a nuclear weapon for a lot of reasons. One is that would mean that Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Turkey would all go nuclear. The last thing we need in this region is more countries with nuclear weapons. It's dangerous enough that Israel has nuclear weapons. So within international law, Israel should never have.
We should let. I'm sorry. We should have let Hamas attack us without responding. We should let Iran finance all of the rockets that Hezbollah wanted to shoot at us and finance them. Okay, we should allow Iran to finance the Houthis, and the rockets that they're shooting at us. We should also be okay with Iran targeting Jews and Israelis outside of Israel, all over the world. But we shouldn't fight back or start a war. What you like are dead Jews and emasculated Jews. You are not a fan of Israel. You say things and then you go, oh, I believe Israel should have the right to exist, but they should also bend over and take it. Let's just be honest, okay? You say you don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, but at the same time, you won't acknowledge that they've violated almost every agreement that they've had. We've had nuclear weapons since the mid-'60s, and we've never once even thought about using them and have never needed to use them. Okay, and we never plan on using them, and they were built for one reason, for deterrence, for this very reason. So there is no danger with us having nuclear weapons because we have no designs on expansionism. Okay, so number two, if Iran is not after a nuclear weapon, why was their uranium enriched at between 80 and 95%? Why are there so many nuclear plants? There's a completely different way to build a civilian nuclear program, enriching uranium between 5 and 10%. Okay,
I think that Trump has made a big statement. He says that America knows the location of Ayatollah Khamenei. He says, and I quote, "We know where exactly the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill him, at least for now. We are not going to kill the Iran's supreme leader for now. We are not going to kill him now," which other words they're saying, anytime we want, Waris is saying we can kill Ayatollah. We don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. It's a clear threat to kill Ayatollah Khomeini from Donald Trump. He says, we don't want to kill him now, as of now. But it's the last warning shot at him. What is?
Well, Trump is of the habit of making such kind of shit. Earlier during the India-Pakistan conflict also,
it's not Trump, it's the US.
I am involved in the ceasefire. He said, Trump tweeted that yes, I am responsible for the ceasefire, and they gave them the okay, trade is involved, so you do the ceasefire. Again, 10, 12 times he's made such kind of statements. That is why I was responsible for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. And so now he just left the G7 meeting halfway and he just left his place. And he said America has taken over the skies of Iran. So let us keep a watch on that, what is going on in the world. But why is the Western media, why Trump is not asking question to Israel about the nuclear program? My question is that.
No, but the threat is, now this is wearing thin on us. The threat is the threat. You have the President of the United States who has just issued a threat to kill Ayatollah Khamenei. This is very serious. The United States is moving. It's moving fighter jets. It is moving fighter jets right now. It's moving fighter jets. It's moving warplanes.
Was live on the studio, ran, and again he came there.
What is this? Is not about Trump. This is about the involvement. 1 second. This is not about Trump. This is about the involvement of. This is about the involvement of the American forces.
When he said they don't target the civilians, 55,000 civilians have been massacred, and he said we don't target civilians. Last night they targeted Tehran TV studio where Seher Imami was giving a
Saurabh is there
live on the studio, and what everybody who saw the video.
Why don't you mute him? Just mute.
She has to run away.
Adam.
But the Iron Lady, the brave woman, again she came there and again she started with her news reporting. That is how the braveness is.
I go beyond news reporting and news anchoring right now. Do you realize the situation is tonight? We may have major hostilities this evening. I don't think you're understanding. This is not about your ideological positions on the issue. This is turning out to be a global war.
I was, if you allow me for a few seconds.
Yes.
And neither the United States nor Israel has a clear plan what they are going to do in Iran. They didn't have a plan for Afghanistan. They didn't have a plan for Iraq. They left the biggest mess behind them. And
okay, we're not here dropping bricks.
Flourished there. So they don't have any plan for Iran. They will, of course, they have the capability to bomb, to kill people, but they don't have the plan what exactly they want there. They just want one unstable country in bloodshed, in chaos, and in so much trouble. So all the regional countries are going to pay the price. But what exactly Israel is going to get from that, it is unclear. Just like George W. Bush had.
Okay, I just want to tell you, we're going to be rolling on this. We're going to be rolling live a bit. Saurabh is with us live. Any of our guests are happy to stay. There have been sirens in South Israel which have been sounded. IDF put out a statement. This is going to be a long night. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a long night. 80% of our viewers are supporting Israel. Of course, this is the Republic TV audience, 80% supporting Israel, 20% supporting Iran. Saurabh, you'll be live in just a while. I'm stepping out of the studio for a moment and I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Starting with the breaking news now coming in as the war enters the fifth day, Iran has launched another barrage of missiles targeting south of Israel. In fact, sirens have already been sounded off in south of Israel. The latest update now coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces and the latest visuals. This was the very moment when the barrage of missiles, ballistic missiles that have been fired by the Iranian side. This comes at a time when Israel has already targeted several of Iranian commanders, the latest coming in earlier this evening when an Iranian commander, the newly appointed Iranian commander, was also taken down by the Israelis. Now, there is a massive escalation as we speak right now, with the Israeli Defense Forces have essentially indicated that they have been able to intercept the missiles that have been fired. The latest report coming in, they're saying that none of the missiles that have been fired by the Iranians have actually reached the target. In fact, they've all been intercepted. That's the latest coming in, Abhishek. But there is a clear escalation right now. And more importantly, whether at all the United States of America will actually step in at this point in time with multiple of their aircrafts reaching the European regions.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. It's really building up to something. It seems that's what we are getting a sense from all these developments. The fact that Donald Trump has doubled down. Look at the last couple of tweets or posts over the last hour or so, and it's become clear that the United States is getting involved in some manner. We don't know whether that's just going to be engagement or it's actually going to be intervention. And if that be the case, then the last post of Donald Trump is ominous, where he's effectively targeting, in terms of messaging, Ayatollah Khamenei directly. And he's saying that we know where you are and we know we can get you. But of course, for the time being, we are not doing so. But then, of course, you have to be ready for something coming. That seems to be the message. If I read the exact words, Shawan, because that's really what it's building up to. He says, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out or kill. Remember, President Trump, Donald Trump of the United States, is using the word kill. We are not going to kill you, or at least not for now. And now look at the extra lengths Donald Trump is going to impress upon these aspects of the American plan, that as of now we are not going to kill you, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians. And exactly that's what seems to be happening. All right, that's the post I was talking about. Donald Trump's tweet or post on Ayatollah Khamenei says, Trump has put out this fresh post. He says, and I quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there as we are not going to take him out or kill." At least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Typical Trumpist post coming in. And the fact that despite this, we are still getting those pictures, Shawan, which you were talking about, of Iranian missiles going over the territory of Israel, then it means that no side is backing off. And I think we are on the brink where American intervention is just a matter of time. If that be the case, then whether it's going to be tonight, whether it's going to be day after, whether it's going to be tomorrow, and it's about taking down of whatever remains of the Iranian nuclear infrastructure. Remember, much of it already denuded and decapitated by the Israelis, Shawan. And I think one remains, Fordo. You think it's going to be Fordo, about which the Americans are so impatient now, and Donald Trump personally so impatient now? Shawan.
Well, in fact, more breaking news now coming in, and it's just a matter of time before the United States of America basically steps in. In fact, the US military has deployed more fighter aircraft to the Middle East, is what we are given to understand. The movement of more warplanes, essentially bolstering the US military force. Now, earlier today, remember, a military base in Sevilla in Spain is where some landing has actually taken place. Now, with Donald Trump basically stepping out, it's a clear indication as far as the involvement of United States of America, perhaps with the Israeli Defense Forces defense minister, who's made a statement a short while back, basically claiming that they are well aware of the whereabouts of the supreme leader, and with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the end of the conflict would be only after the elimination of the supreme leader of Iran. So clearly it's just a matter of time before we actually see the United States of America perhaps being drawn into this war in West Asia. Saurabh Shukla, consulting editor, Republic TV, is also joining us on this broadcast. Saurabh, it's just a matter of time before the United States of America is actually drawn in, or do you believe there could be a surprise coming in, particularly if at all they are successful in striking a deal with Iran? Saurabh, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Shawan, as I was saying, hectic developments happening here in Washington, D.C., a lot of diplomatic engagements, and I know that militarily also, U.S. is watching the situation very closely. What President Trump is talking about is that the situation in Iran is such that I won't call it a regime change, but the Islamic regime may be falling, because that's what the indications that we are getting at this moment. Because on one hand, Israel has put a lot of military pressure. It's it remains to be seen if US will intervene directly militarily, but my source is telling me that the US side has confirmed to Israeli side that obviously they will make sure that Iran is not allowed to proceed with any nuclear weapon. Don't forget that despite all the assurances to the global community that Iran will abide by its nuclear commitment, it is a signatory to NPT. It has gone ahead, and there are credible reports now that it is going ahead and getting close to a nuclear weapons. And this whole standoff is about that. And the fact that they have now hit Israeli civilian installations has escalated this war to something which can, I would say, can engulf into a broader war. But if there is some kind of a regime change in Tehran, which my sources are telling me can be imminent, then the situation may be salvaged and there may not be a full-scale war, because obviously, as if you see the constant statement that is coming out from the Israeli side as well, this war is not against Iranian people or Iranian civilization. It's about against a regime which has been supporting terror groups. Like
from your vantage,
Abhishek.
Your vantage, can you say with some confidence that this is just about that Fordo facility of Iran, which is the only one left which Israel has not been able to take down? So if Iran agrees to take it down on its own, then there is truce and both the sides would pull back. If not, then the United States might actually intervene, because they only have the bomb which can take down that facility because it is about 100 meters under the earth. It is below the earth's surface.
So I can tell you one thing, there is a big debate happening domestically here on how much should be the US involvement, because Donald Trump also has a challenge in terms of his own party. Some of the party members who are in the the Republican parties, who are some of the senators, they don't want US to intervene completely on this war that is currently raging. They want US can be a tactical ally in terms of providing equipment, in terms of providing weapons, but US forces should not be involved in any way. So that's a dilemma that President Trump has, and he's trying to take a concerted view. That's the reason why he returned back, because there were also views, because the Israeli sides believe that this is their best chance not only to cripple Iran and also to, in some ways, get rid of the Islamist regime, which is funding a lot of these terror groups. So the whole idea is that this is not only about these nuclear installations, but also to make sure that the Iranian regime, which has been supporting and funding these terror groups, that can be replaced as well. How long?
Okay, we have a breaking news development, which is that the United States has deployed more fighter jets to the Middle East. Remember, after Pete Hegseth's post early in the morning, which was late evening US time yesterday, America has been marshalling all its resources of the CENTCOM, the Central Command, and bolstering its military forces in the region as the war between Israel and Iran rages. 3 US officials have confirmed this. Of course, this is essentially messaging. Saurabh, if I could come back to you. What messaging is this? You are saying America is not going to intervene. Then why this level of mobilization?
So, I was coming to that, Abhishek. So this is power posturing. In military terms, you have to send a clear message. In this case, a message is being sent to the Iranian leadership that while US may not be involved directly, but its forces are ready. And if you force our hand, then obviously we will make sure that we will come at you with full might. So that is also a tactical signal. I'm not saying that, because as I said, that President Trump, he's currently in the Situation Room in White House in Washington, D.C., which is where he has intelligence coming to him real time. He has his key advisors sitting with him, and this is a call that he has to take. So obviously, as the US president, you have to take a holistic call. He also has to make sure that his domestic constituency, which is his own party, is with him if he decides that the US will get into this war full throttle. But I still believe that some kind of a tactical support will be there to the Israeli forces, and that's the reason why you see a US military equipment in full force being mobilized to that side, because that is to put pressure on Iran. And if the regime falls, certainly the sense here, in the diplomatic sources that I've been talking to is then certainly things can be salvaged, because they expect some kind of a moderate leadership to come in, which will not only distance Iran from the nuclear program that the Islamist regime trying to get into, but also to cut Iran's ties with these terror groups, which has been posing threat. And don't forget, even the assassin.
Well, Abhishek, there's also big breaking news now coming in. The mobilization of US troops. In fact, this afternoon, when the reports basically came in of fighter jets moving towards Sevilla in Spain, several of the military bases where we're given to understand that there has been an active posturing that has been done by the United States of America. Now it turns out that they have also mobilized troops from some of the bases in Syria. Now they have withdrawn certain troops. Now there is a clear indication coming in. Now as Saurabh has been pointing out that this could perhaps be more of posturing that has essentially been done by United States of America. Now in the backdrop of the talks that are likely to take place between US Vice President J.D. Vance and the Middle East envoy. And Abhishek, perhaps it's the posturing, but having said that, this is the large-scale mobilization that we have actually seen in the last 48 hours.
Well, it's classical of John Foster Dulles brinkmanship panning out, Shawan, as they say, and Saurabh would second that. This is escalate to de-escalate strategy of the United States, where they are projecting power in a manner that everyone believes that, oh, they are coming, the Americans are coming, they are going to get involved. Possibly they might, most likely they might not. And that's why in between all this aggressive posturing, you are getting those subtle messages, hints that the Americans are willing for a trade-off, which is that President Trump says that, oh, we have marked out where Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, is, but we are not targeting him for now. In the meantime, there is the option of talking to J.D. Vance. If the Iranians so want, they can speak to him and de-escalate. If not, then we are coming. So that's what's happening. Carrot and stick, more stick than carrot as of now, visibly. And the kind of posturing and the kind of mobilization we are seeing, Shawan, it's likely that if the Iranians do not pull back, and remember, they are also, if you look at it from their point of view, they are the nation that has been hit by Israel to begin with. That Israel has started this in this latest round. So obviously Iran can say, we are willing to talk, but then not with a gun to our head. In which case, de-escalation, the onus of de-escalation at least is on Israel, if not on the Americans directly. Having said that, even from the Iranian side, Shawan, remember a couple of hours back there was messaging through their interlocutors, through the other nations in the Middle East, possibly Qatar, we don't know. Qatar plays the joker of the pack always in the Middle East. The message was that Iranians are willing to negotiate provided Israel pulls back. That seems not to be happening as of now because we have seen missiles flying from both the sides into each other's territory. But Saurabh, your quick reading of this thought that this is essentially escalate to de-escalate.
Well, absolutely. You said it very well, Abhishek. You know, I'll tell you, in diplomacy, in military strategy, sometimes wars can be won also by strategic posturing. Iran knows that it's under pressure. There is also a clear message being sent to Iran that Israel is not alone. They know that Israel alone has certain capability, but with the US coming in and other strategic allies helping Israel, its capabilities compound with the full might. So that's a message being sent to the Iranian regime right now. And if you put President Trump's social media post, that's a clear message to the Iranian supreme leader as well, that we know exactly where you are. So we know we have. So that also tells you that, there is a presence of Israeli strategic agents on the ground in Iran, which obviously Mossad is very well known for. So certainly there is a message here that you have a small window of opportunity for you to negotiate, you to scale down your nuclear program, and also to make sure that you completely snap your ties. Otherwise, there may be an imminent regime change, because obviously there is a sense that read in tandem with the message that is being sent out by Israel as well, that this war is not against the Iranian people, it's not against Iranian civilization, but with the regime that has been supporting terrorism and has been harboring nuclear ambitions. Because imagine if Iran gets nuclear weapon, then it will be up for sale to any terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah's, of the kind. So that's the reason it's in the global interest to make sure that they step in and stop Iran in this stage. And also sometimes in military and diplomatic strategy, that this is the opportune time when you can create that full blow to make sure that the regime is shattered.
Saurabh, just hold on to your thoughts. Another breaking news development coming. It's a night of fast-paced developments in the Middle East theater, which is that Iranian missiles have targeted the Dimona nuclear plant in Israel. This is escalation. This is not de-escalation. This is not escalate to de-escalate. This is escalate to escalate further. Iran now targeting the Dimona nuclear power plant. We have to see what kind of damage has this Iranian strike caused on Israel. Dimona nuclear plant is under a barrage of Iranian missiles as we speak. That's the latest development coming in, which means Iran is no mood to back off. Iran is not carrying two hoots about the American posturing. Clearly, Saurabh, no impact of Donald Trump's those crisp, sharp posts.
I'll tell you what, Abhishek. So clearly, once this is clear that Iran is not scaling down its attack, it's continuing to provoke and hitting at Israeli nuclear plants now, certainly this will escalate. The whole idea, and I'm also being told by my sources here that please see and read the message that has been there coming from the US side that our patience is running thin. So that means that if Iran does not scale back, it continues to hit Israeli targets, then obviously you will see some kind of a tactical US help coming to Israel in the first go, and then obviously a full-scale involvement cannot be ruled out. But I do know that even with tactical support and along with the capabilities that Israel has, that can be a very, very lethal combination when it comes to neutralizing Iran.
Okay, Saurabh. Saurabh, hold on to your thoughts. In fact, we have Aishwarya also. Just stay with us. We are having a fast-paced conversation because it's a evening of fast-paced developments.
Abhishek.
We have Aishwarya now joining us. Aishwarya joining us from New York, Washington, Los Angeles. From where in the United States, Aishwarya?
Washington, Abhishek, but the fact is very clear that the way America has completely, Donald Trump has come out, and as we've seen earlier as well, he is on a rampage. He seems to be like a bull in a china shop. He's saying that unconditional surrender. He's redirecting forces from Syria towards Iran. He has moved the most powerful air carrier from Vietnam to the Middle East. It seems Trump means business. It means that it's a direct message to Ayatollah Khomeini. It's going to be very, very interesting, Abhishek, that how Tehran is going to react to it. You were just speaking to Saurabh. We've been having this conversation even on our Hindi channel, that how is Tehran going to react. But what has forced Donald Trump to do that, and you've been covering international affairs for a long, long time, Abhishek. When I checked, that it has been for the first time in the history of any American president, ever since G7 was established, that an American president has left a G7 meeting right in the middle. So Iran, what they have done in the last 48 hours has forced the American president to leave G7, which was happening in Calgary, take a 5.5-hour flight back to DC, though he could have taken all these decisions there, but he had to send a message, and those messages are being given very, very quickly and fiercely. They are moving their forces, they are moving their troops from Syria, redeploying them towards Iran. It's a clear message that America means business, Donald Trump means business, and he is giving a message to not only the Iranians but also the Russians that do not test the might of the mighty American military. Abhishek and Saurabh.
Okay, so stay with us. Aishwarya, we are not letting you go. Aishwarya, stay with us. In fact, there is another breaking development, which is that Iran has now claimed to hit the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv. And that, according to Iranians, would be a big one. Though, of course, Mossad claims that it's okay, we are not there, we are in Iran now, so you can hit the headquarters. Saurabh, quick comment. Israel denies those claims, but Iran says that they have hit the Mossad headquarters. Okay, Aishwarya, coming back to you, Aishwarya. Mossad, of course, would be inside Iran as they claim. So, if the Mossad headquarters are hit as Iran claims, is it a big loss to the Israelis, except for the fact that their Iron Dome seems not to be working this time?
Abhishek, this social media warfare is at its own. Mossad claiming they are in Iran, Iran claiming they are basically destroying Mossad's headquarters. But one thing is for clear, that whatever Iran has done on ground, the kind of destruction in the last 48 hours in Iran, in Tel Aviv, has been massive. And that is something which has forced the American president to come out of G7 and come back to DC, where I am, and then take these decisions. But this is a big one. If they have literally hit the Mossad headquarters, then it raises a big question on the complete defense system and the so much hyped Iron Dome of Israel. Because a lot of questions are being asked, a lot of analysts are questioning if Iran has been able to decipher a way to break the Iron Dome of Israel, then it's going to be trouble. But then, with the American president coming out in full support of Israel, he has not minced his words, Abhishek, though Donald Trump is known to not mince his words, but to write unconditional surrender and nothing else. Diverting his troops from Syria towards Iran is a clear message. It's a clear message that America means business, and that is very, very clear. It's very, very it's very critical now. The next 6 hours here in US, I was just mentioning on our Hindi channel that it's 12:45 in noon. Right here, meetings are on right behind me, which is the South Lawns of the White House. And the situation, we can tell you, senior officials coming in and going out as I speak. So yes, Americans are working overtime at this point of time, ever since the American president is back. But the latest information which you are bringing into our viewers, Abhishek, that Iranian defense ministry claiming that they have hit the Mossad headquarters, though Mossad claiming they are in Iran. What is happening on ground? Visuals show that there is a massive loss of infrastructure in Tel Aviv, in their different cities, and that is something which has forced the Americans to come out in their full support. Back to you, Abhishek.
Aishwarya, stay with us. In fact, another breaking development, I'm just giving that and coming back to you. The United States is considering entering war with Iran, and these are US media reports that Trump is mulling to enter the war and attack the Fordo facility. That's a report being attributed to the Wall Street Journal, and it's headquartered in New York. And we have Aishwarya with us. Aishwarya continues to be with us. Aishwarya, Wall Street Journal reporting that America might enter war, might attack Iran on the side of Israel to take down the Fordo nuclear uranium enrichment facility. That's the only one left. In fact, the others Israel has successfully taken down. What's your sense from Washington, D.C., Aishwarya? You think it's going to happen tonight? Tonight here in
Well, at
India,
this point of time, Abhishek, if they are diverting from Syria, Donald Trump means business. He has made it very clear, unconditional surrender. He is diverting from Syria. Whether it will happen within the next 6 hours or not, that is something that we have to wait and watch for. But it is going to happen. He has made it very clear that they have complete control of the Iranian skies. That in itself also sends a very clear message that they are in a dominant position. And now when they are regrouping and they are redirecting their forces, the American military from Syria towards Iran, they have already moved their the most capable air carrier towards the Middle East. Americans means business. And that is something which is sending a very, very clear message to Iran. So it all depends how Tehran reacts to it. It all depends how Ayatollah Khomeini's regime and his cabinet reacts to these decisions which have been taken by the Americans. Americans regrouping from Syria towards Iran in itself is a clear message that Donald Trump means business. So yes, this information which you are bringing in, that Wall Street Journal is just stating that yes, America is mulling to jump into this war. We all know the kind of decisions Donald Trump takes. But if he takes this decision to put boots on ground against Iran, that is going to be one massive one. Abhishek, back to you.
All right. In fact, can I go to Shawan, because I believe we have a guest from Israel joining us. Shawan?
Well, in fact, we're expecting our reporters on the ground to get us the latest reports. But just a quick check of what we know so far in terms of what has happened in the last 1 hour. In fact, sirens were sounded off in southern Israel and particularly in central Tel Aviv a short while back. But they are saying that they have been able to intercept all the missiles that were launched, the ballistic missiles that have been launched from Iran. And that's the latest update coming in from the defense forces, but indicating the kind of damage that has been inflicted upon certain areas, particularly in the port city of Haifa, as well as in central Tel Aviv. I've spoken to some of our reporters on the ground. They say that, yes, they have been able to inflict damage, at least in civilian areas. One thing that Israel is repeatedly trying to maintain here, or, send it across, the message that they're sending across, that the Iranians are not targeting any military facilities. What they have been targeting are civilian areas, and some of the reports that we have actually got from our reporters there in central Tel Aviv essentially indicates that residential buildings have been targeted by the Iranians.
Okay, and before we go to guest from Israel, we have another breaking news, which is that Vice President J.D. Vance, who has been tasked with negotiating on behalf of the American side with the Iranians, has come out with a detailed understanding of what's at stake. He's saying Iran is violating non-proliferation obligations, and he has basically in this statement on the situation said that Iran has to make sure that it is on the right side of law, international law. He's saying, look, I'm seeing this from the inside and I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. But there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. Then he says, first, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. Essentially, I think he's putting in the ideological construct of American actions by putting the onus entirely on Iran, Shawan, that it was Iran which had the option of taking down its uranium enrichment infrastructure, which it did not, and that's why the situation has been reached.
Well, in fact, this evening when I spoke to one of the parliamentarians in Israel, there is a limitation that the Israelis face right now. Why exactly would they want the United States of America to be drawn in? That's because they cannot perhaps carry on with an attack in Fordow nuclear enrichment plant, because there, remember, these are deep down in bunkers where most of their facilities are. And this is a weaponry system that only the United States of America has. And that is one of the reasons why, remember, so far, all the targets that we've essentially seen in Iran, they are the ones which is basically the enrichment plants, the nuclear enrichment plants, not in Fordow, but the two other. Natanz happens to be one such place. And that is one of the reasons why they would essentially want the United States of America to basically carry on with the final lap in this entire war. Ratna Chakrabarti is joining us from central Tel Aviv. In fact, he's documented what has happened in Tel Aviv, because there have been a barrage of missiles that have been launched by the Iranians, 10th wave of missile that we have seen. Ratna, this afternoon when you actually were covering, give us a sense of what's the situation like right now. Have the sirens been stopped? What's the current situation like?
Since last night, there have been over 4 sirens. A while back, there have been a siren in the Negev and the Dead Sea area. A couple of hours back, we had a siren in Tel Aviv. Fortunately, the number of missiles, the barrage of missiles, have reduced significantly from the first day. We have seen 200 to right now around 10. Most of them have been shot down by the Israeli aerial defense system. But the destruction that we have seen.
Can I just make one request, Ratna? Is it possible for you to just perhaps step aside a little bit and from your room just give us a sense of what's the situation like currently in Tel Aviv? I believe not very far away from where you are reporting. That's 3 kilometers from where you had documented the kind of damage that has been inflicted. But what's the situation like? Can you just move around a little bit? Perhaps from the window of your room, just give us a sense what's it like?
I don't know how much you will be able to see. You see, it's calm right now. There's hardly anything that you will notice from here, from my room. At the moment, I don't know if
you'll have to just flip the camera. You'll have to just flip the camera a little bit and perhaps, just focus the frame. Yeah, we'll try and fix that. Because it's just important right now to get us a sense while the situation has been controlled, because that's what the Israeli Defense Forces are also claiming right now, that they have been able to intercept all the missiles that have been launched. But having said that, if at all, there is a retaliation coming in from the Israelis at this point in time, there's something that we'll be keeping a close watch. That's the latest visual. Can we just perhaps go full frame right now with the visuals coming in? These are live visuals from central Tel Aviv also. Ratna, as of now, there are multiple claims that have been made by the Iranians. The Mossad headquarters being targeted, airfields that have been targeted. Is there any official word really coming in from the Israelis?
Not really. We don't have much coming up from the Israelis. Most of the access to the roads are again closed because of the falling debris. I was in a neighborhood which was heavily destroyed. I can tell you that the Iranians have bombed most of the civilian areas here. It's not the military structure which has been hit. I have friends whose houses have been destroyed, and especially areas which have received direct hits. I have seen myself most of the buildings around the vicinity, around 500-meter radius, have also been hit. I was in Batiam yesterday, which also had one of the tall-story building been taken out, and in the vicinity, around 75 houses have also been destroyed in this neighborhood. So the damage and the scale of the damage has been massive. But the defense forces, the Israeli defense forces, have been trying their best to take down as many missiles that have been coming in.
Well, Ratna, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because these images that are coming in clearly goes on to indicate two things. One, the fact that Israel is essentially preparing for a retaliation. In fact, Israeli defense minister made a point. I'm told that, Ratna, just be with us. Former IDF officer Major Dan is also joining us on this broadcast. Major Dan, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. First, I want a quick sense of what's really happening on the ground. Multiple claims made by the Iranians, but what's the truth?
Right now, what's on the ground in Israel is that, look, we didn't expect this to be easy. We knew the Iranians would retaliate. What we're seeing over the course of the last few days is their capabilities to strike at us are becoming increasingly diminished. Their stock of missiles and launchers is becoming increasingly diminished as Israeli airstrikes are taking them out. But we expected them to use their vast ballistic missile arsenal that they've been developing over the last 20 plus years. We knew they were going to use it. This was a calculated risk. One of the reasons why the Israeli leadership and the IDF chose to strike now versus a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago is because most of Iran's main assets in the region, their deterrent assets in Hezbollah in the north, the Syrians to the northeast, and to some extent the Houthis and Hamas in Gaza, have been taken out completely or severely diminished, as were a lot of Iran's air defense capabilities and some of their missile capabilities. That, combined with the fact that intelligence showed that they were really on the verge of a breakthrough in their nuclear program, this was a very calculated risk that if Israel does not act now, it may be too late. There was a window of opportunity. And so we knew this was going to be tough. We knew there were going to be direct hits. There have been many direct hits throughout Israel. But this is a price that the Israeli leadership and the Israeli people are willing to pay, because we realize the risk of a nuclear-armed Iran is unbearable to Israel's existence in the region.
Dan, but it seems there is all indication that the Americans are really getting ready to join the war on the side of Israel. You think there is a limited objective of taking down the Fordo facility because the Israelis cannot?
I think America, first of all, has the capabilities, the bunker buster capabilities, the JDAM capabilities that Israel is much more limited in. It has the heavy bomber capabilities that Israel does not have, and this is widely known information. The United States has opted so far to give Israel diplomatic backing, but to stay out of the war. I think from the very beginning, the U.S. strategy was to employ Israel as sort of its mad dog, its attack dog in the region, something that Israel has never asked the U.S. to fight its fights, has never asked anyone to fight its fights for it, but it does need, of course, the political backing and the armaments and the defense backing to conduct these kind of strikes. From everyone's perspective, an Iranian admission of defeat and an agreement to completely dismantle their nuclear program, I think will avert this. I think Israel has no pretensions to know how to do or to want to do a regime change in Iran, as much as this is the one of the most vile and despicable regimes on the face of this earth that oppresses its own people and millions of people around the region. But Israel is not in a capacity to do a regime change. I think the United States learned the very hard way in Afghanistan and Iraq that it's also not very good at doing regime changes. The best I think we can hope for is to weaken this regime, is to get it to agree to dismantle, completely dismantle, and give up on nuclear ambitions, to give up on its proxy militaries that destabilize the region and have been destabilizing the region since the 1980s, and to agree to at least pretend to be a member in good standing of the regional and international community. There's a new Middle East that's taking shape. It's one of peace, it's one of cooperation, it's one of integration. Iran maybe has a last chance to join this and to recognize the reality. It is now severely weakened. Any more pressure from Israel, and certainly if the United States joins in, could very well see the downfall of this regime, with so many top IRGC and military leaders have already been killed. And you could see further escalation if the U.S. joins, going after the supreme leader and a lot of the regime officials. You could see people taking to the streets, dissident groups, and others taking advantage of the opportunity. This is not a good place for the regime right now.
I don't know whether the Americans, Donald Trump having campaigned hard for pulling back America from rest of the world, is going to be getting into regime change. His words seem to be suggesting that. For now, these are live pictures coming in from Israel. And this is the frame of Tel Aviv. If I'm right, yes, this is Tel Aviv. And we are getting these pictures, calm skies, and not many sirens blowing. Dan is live with us from Tel Aviv. And we do not see much of air activity, missiles, etc., which means maybe, as Ratna was suggesting, the number of missiles coming in from the Iranian side has gone down. Another breaking news development, Iran has launched 10th wave of missile strikes, but that wave does not seem to be visible in the skies of the Israeli capital as yet. We are also getting pictures of IRGC claims that they have targeted Israeli air base, and they have hit some aircrafts, fighter jets there on the ground. Okay, let me take this to Saurabh. Saurabh, you know, the statement of J.D. Vance, sort of longish articulation of the American position, where he was putting the onus entirely on the Iranians for having gone into the kind of enrichment of uranium that they did. And then he's saying there is, I want to quote from what J.D. Vance is saying, there is the easy way or there is the other way. So obviously that element of threat is there even in Vance's position.
Abhishek, it's very clear that the strategy that America has adopted now is that while they realize that the regime can fall, and all they need is a bit of a push with the US forces and also tactical US support. How much of a support they can give is a question being debated as you and me speak here in Washington, D.C. in the Situation Room in the White House. Because as you were rightly saying that, President Trump campaigned on the promise that he will keep America away from any wars. But as they say, when the larger strategic goals warrant US getting in, they will go ahead and do it. And as of now, Israel has a certain capability, but as my fellow guest from Israel was saying, that there is certain capability only the US forces have. That's the reason why you see a rapid mobilization of the US forces, President Trump coming back, because at a moment's notice, if they want an authorization for the US forces to get in, President Trump will be there at hand in the Situation Room to provide that. They just are assessing how much of a ground impact this is making. Also, as you were saying, that if there is imminent regime change, if the Iranian people are out on streets because they are anyway fed up of this regime, which has been putting them, especially younger people in Iran, devoiding them of opportunities, which they will get if Iran is also integrated in the rest of the globe and also distances itself from supporting terror groups, from building a nuclear weapon, all these things, there are young people don't want. They want more opportunities. So that's the reason why it's a combination of factors. Yes, US in an ideal situation will not like to get involved with either, a full-scale military operation along with Israel, but they will provide So they've gone beyond the diplomatic support now to a tactical, I would say, a support. How much, more will be warranted? We'll have to wait and watch. Abhishek and Shravan. Shravan?
Well, in fact, I'm unable to hear Saurabh right now, but I'll just quickly go back to our reporter on the ground, Ratna Chakrabarti, our reporter on the ground, getting us the latest details. Ratna, you were saying that till about a few hours ago, the sirens were being heard. What's the current situation like? And is there any official statement that has now been put out by the Israeli Defense Forces with regards to whether at all they have been able to intercept all the missiles that were launched?
With most of the cases that we have seen in the past few days, in the last, let's say at least in the last 2 days, the Israeli Defense Forces have always said that the defense is not hermetic. Therefore, it is essential to follow all the guidelines that have been instructed by the Home Front Command. But if you look at the history, almost 90% interceptions have been made successfully, but there have been 10% of those which have fallen. And some of them have, or most of them have fallen into civilian areas. But currently, there has been no sirens, at least in the area that I'm in Tel Aviv. But a while back, there have been a siren in the Negev and the Dead Sea area.
Well, in fact, Ratna, I'll just request you to just flip your camera right now, because we'll try and stay with the latest images coming in from Tel Aviv while we take our viewers through what we know so far. Roughly about an hour ago is when the report came in that Iran has launched the 10th wave of missiles, a barrage of missiles that were launched from Iran. In fact, multiple reports also suggesting that perhaps the United States of America could also be drawn in right now. I'm going to stay with the latest visuals coming in from Tel Aviv, because a clear indication of the current situation on the ground, while the IDF maintains that they have been able to intercept all the missiles. Whether at all there's going to be another retaliation, because as far as the Israelis are concerned, they say that the end of the conflict will only be after the elimination of the supreme leader of Iran. In fact, Ratna, I'll just request you to take us through some of the details that you have got so far, because Ratna has been moving around central Tel Aviv. This is documenting all the kind of devastation that's actually taken place. Ratna, tell us what's the situation like, because there are a lot of claims that have been made by the Iranians saying that prominent installations have been targeted.
So yes, for example, one of the most prominent claims have been a lot of the buildings that you see around Tel Aviv has been taken down, which is not the case. There's only be a few buildings which have been taken down. The other is the entire Israeli center, which has been taken down. I was there a while back. It was perfectly fine. There have been hits. I'm not saying there have not been hits, but the damage or the scale to which the Iranians are claiming, it's absolutely not the same. Yes, most of the missiles that have fallen are actually not on military installations, but are on civilian areas, and a lot of the civilians have been affected. I have friends who lost their homes because of the hits. I can tell you from the areas that I have been to, the situation looks grim because there have been direct hits, but people who have taken shelter or used the shelters and been on time, they are safe.
Well, in fact, Nick is also joining us right now. Nick, this afternoon you got us the report from some of the prominent areas in Tel Aviv where we have seen large-scale devastation taking place. Just quickly take us through what's the situation like on the ground.
Yeah, so the situation on the ground is that Israelis are in a big stress for 5 days in a row because those Iranian missiles are really strong, Nick, and they're
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because right now, Nick, along with you, we also have Ratna. Both of you, I'll just request both of you, if you can just flip the camera, because that will help us to get us a quick sense of what's really happening on the ground. I just want you, both of you, to just flip the camera and show us what's the current situation in Tel Aviv. The reason why we are doing this is because of multiple claims that are being now made by the Iranians that prominent installations have been targeted targeted, and the fact that there have been heavy losses that have been inflicted upon the Israelis right now. I just want all our viewers to basically see what's really happening right now on the ground. While the Israeli Defense Forces are basically maintaining that all the missiles that have been launched right now, that's the 10th wave of missiles that have been launched by the Iranians, that have all been intercepted. Nick, if you can just move a little bit and just flip the camera and perhaps just show us what is it like right now and explain it to our viewers with the latest images. If you can just step aside.
So right now I'm standing on a high floor of a skyscraper. So you can see behind me, this is the view of Tel Aviv. I can't move more because
that's okay, Nick. That's okay.
But you can see that now the situation in Israel, in Tel Aviv, is calm. There are almost no people on the streets, no cars, cafes, restaurants, working places, offices, all of this is closed. And people are waiting next to the bomb shelters for the next barrage of rockets from Iran, because Israelis understand the regular citizens of Israel, the citizens that have nothing to do with this war, they are the ones that are targeted by the missiles of Iran. Maybe Iran tries to, I don't know, tell something different to the world, but I can witness for myself. I've been in many sites where those ballistic missiles hit, and all the places are residential, and each of those rockets causing a lot of damage with tens of houses, buildings, shops, offices all around destroyed from the blast and the shock wave that coming with those huge rockets.
Right, Rick, thank you so much with that update, but I would request you to stay with us, as also, of course, Saurabh, Ratna and Shawanda, because we're taking a short break, coming back on the other side.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And the actual maintain passenger level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Ini filo. Wow, bebatesi ku.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Ini filo. Wow, bebatesi ku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Indigo flight flying from Kochi to the national capital was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. Israeli military says that it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Iran says that it has destroyed Israel's military intelligence center near Tel Aviv. PM Modi is in Canada to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of this summit, and we will keep you updated on that.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Vieni, filo. Wow, voi battete il culo.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the nation's sharpest opinion, and global concern is there tonight about what is going to happen next between Israel and Iran, and justifiably so. In today's world where things are interconnected, where issues are multilateral, my problem is with the unilateralism of Donald Trump. Yes, there must be peace between Israel and Iran. Yes, bloodshed must stop. Yes, both sides have to broker some peace. Yes, Iran has a right to feel aggrieved, but Israel has a bigger reason to feel like it's been a victim for far too long of the Hamas, of the Hezbollah, of the Houthi, and proxy terrorism. But my point is, can we trust Donald Trump to fix a deal? My problem is not with Iran, or certainly not with Israel, but can you trust a man called Donald Trump? Is he predictable? Ladies and gentlemen, he says we're looking at better than a ceasefire. At a time when the ceasefire is the world's demand, Donald Trump steps away and he says, I'm not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking at better as a ceasefire. But in a war zone, we all know that anything that is not a ceasefire is continued bloodshed. Donald Trump seems to believe that more bloodshed is the road to peace. More killings, more bombings, more bloodshed, more troops, more violence, more rivers of blood. What does he mean by better than a ceasefire? The world's biggest ongoing conflict, which is nuclear rimmed, and Donald Trump allocates upon himself the right to determine which direction the peace is to be found in. My question tonight exactly is, can peace be redefined on Trump's terms alone? I don't think so. If it is not a ceasefire, then what is the next step? Regime change? Occupation? And to that question I would like to ask, that while I'm on Israel's side, and absolutely and completely because Israel is a victim of terrorism, I have severe problems with American versions of regime change. I am consistent on this. What America tried to do in Bangladesh and did was regime change. We questioned that then. If the end goal of the Americans is to take an out-of-work ex-royal sitting in America, an American stooge, and pick him up and bring him and make him the proxy king of Iran, then are we going to support that kind of regime change? America wants to do regime change whenever the democracies or the countries or the rulers don't follow their line. America did regime change in the Soviet Union and broke it up. America did regime change in Bangladesh. America has done regime change all across North Africa. America, if it could, would even try to do regime change in India, only we are too big, too powerful, too obstinate and too proud and too strong for America to even try. But we know that America as a country uses everything to try and do regime change. Hence, I do not trust America's intention. You see, the other reason I can't trust Trump is because his campaign rhetoric was, let's go back to peace. He portrayed himself, he projected himself as an antidote to endless war, and today Trump has become an ambassador of endless war. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, let's stop killing people, let's go back to peace. That was his presidential campaign in November. Yet weeks into his return to power, the whole Middle East region is aflame. And he's pouring gasoline. This man is dangerous. He's pouring gasoline, not water. He promised peace. He delivers provocation. Was peace just a talking point for Donald Trump? Overall, ladies and gentlemen, Trump only wants a Nobel Peace Prize. But alas, there are many more wars in the world since he took office. He keeps saying, I should be given more credit. He tried to take false credit for India agreeing to a ceasefire, if you can call it that, with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. He wants to be seen to be a peacemaker, a unifier. His record is exactly the opposite. The Israel-Gaza conflict has only widened. He said, I'm going to solve Israel-Gaza conflict, Russia-Ukraine. He said, I'll solve Russia-Ukraine in 12 hours. That's fact is, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump, it's been 1,209 days since the conflict started. You promised the solution in 12 hours, you're nowhere. You said, Donald Trump, that I can stop nuclear enrichment by Iran. The fact of the matter is the Iranian foreign ministry has said no to you. And now you're angry, and hence you're promising more bloodshed. Yes, strategic lines must be drawn. Nations must speak on the basis of what they believe is in their national interest. But we must not agree to a Trumpian precedent that is being set here, that wherever Trump's interests are questioned, he will go out of his way to kill more people, do whatever the hell he wants to achieve his personal objective. Trump's objective is not the world's objective. Be warned, ladies and gentlemen, we don't draw the red line here, then it's going to come back to bite us. Let's debate.
Day 5 of the escalating conflict between Iran and Israel saw tensions rising as both nations exchanged attacks in a tit-for-tat strike. This has resulted in a significant loss of life and widespread destruction. Israel has reported the killing of Iran's new wartime chief of staff, Ali Shadmani, in a targeted strike. This comes after the death of his predecessor in Israel's initial attack on Friday.
Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket, and in those buses each morning children are taken to the school, and if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead.
According to Iranian state media, at least 224 people have been killed in the country since the conflict began. In Israel, Iranian retaliatory strikes have claimed 24 lives. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that today the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran.
היום אנחנו עומדים לתקוף מטרות מאוד משמעותיות בתוך טהרן, וגם כן דובר צה"ל יפנה לתושבים להתפנות. אנחנו רואים את הטורים שיוצאים החוצה, את טורי הרכבים.
The G7 leaders did not mince their words. Iran was blamed, Israel was backed, and nuclear red lines were drawn. Back in Alberta, another diplomatic crack opened wide. French President Emmanuel Macron claimed that Iran was ready for a ceasefire, even nuclear negotiations.
Et ensuite, dès que le cessez-le-feu sera obtenu, et je pense que les annonces qui ont été faites par le président Trump sont tout à fait positives, et le rôle que les États-Unis d'Amérique auront à jouer est clé, les Français, à leur côté, les Britanniques et les Allemands sont disponibles pour reprendre des discussions sérieuses. Discussions que nous n'avons jamais cessées.
But Trump wasn't buying it. Within hours, he publicly humiliated Macron, saying he had no idea what the French leader was talking about, hinting that his G7 exit was more than just diplomacy.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. We want people to be safe, and that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
The humanitarian impact is severe, with many civilians caught in the crossfire. Some Indian students in Iran were being relocated to safer places within the country. The government stressed that other feasible options were also being examined. The conflict's trajectory remains uncertain, with both sides showing no signs of backing down. The Iran-Israel conflict enters its fifth day with the world watching anxiously. Tonight, the G7 regroups under global tension. Ceasefire chaos, nuclear threats, war rhetoric, all on the table.
It's a very important debate tonight, and from Israel we have three very vocal pro-Israel voices. Dan Pfefferman, he's been a major in the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF. Another former soldier of the IDF and defense expert, Benny Benjamin, is with us this evening from Ramla. Adam Belos, a very well-spoken CEO of the Israel Innovation Front, is live from Tel Aviv. And we have pro-Iran voices, professor at the Ankara Yildirim Beyazit University, Dr. Omer Anas. He joins us on a second successive night. Waris Pathan from India is the national spokesperson for the political party, the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, a Muslim-focused party which is operating out of India, and he is pro-Iran. And Peter Kuznick is anti-Israel because he says he's anti-war. He's director of nuclear studies at American University. Now, Peter, let me start with you now. There is a straight threat, very clear. It seems that Trump wants to increase the level of attack on Iran. There have been reports of American planes flown in through Europe, right, coming in to be part of this. Is Trump leading an American effort out here? Is America going to get directly involved? What does he mean by saying, in your view, that clear Tehran, move out of Tehran? What is the message he's sending? Is it only psychological warfare, or is it more?
It looks to be that Trump is planning to join Israel in the war against Iran. Trump, in his negotiations with Iran, knew, as everybody else did, that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium. As a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Iran had that right and was willing to give up its nuclear program, said that repeatedly, but would not give up its right to enrich. But that was Trump's demand. So he knew that those negotiations were going to fail. He says that he effectively greenlit the Israeli attack. Netanyahu claimed that this was an existential threat to Israel. There is no evidence that we've seen to support that. Iran has said over and over again they're going to give it up, as they had in 2015 in the JCPOA, which Netanyahu tried to blow up then. Netanyahu has been making claims about Iran being a year or months or days away from a bomb since 1992. He lies repeatedly about this. U.S. intelligence made that clear. But the fact that Tulsi Gabbard reported that they did not have a nuclear weapons program and they were not close to a bomb, Trump has now criticized Tulsi and broken with her. We have Tucker Carlson warning about this, and Trump has also come out against Tucker Carlson. So I think that it's very, very worrisome, but it looks like the United States is going to come in. And without the United States, there seems to be no Israeli option to take out Fordo. And that's the most important Iranian nuclear facility. They need the U.S. B-52s and B-2s and its massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb in order to take out Fordo. Israel has ways to take out Natanz and other facilities to kill the leaders. What I'm concerned about are two things. One is Trump says that if U.S. facilities in the region get attacked, then the U.S. will come in. I'm worried about a Mossad false flag operation attacking a U.S. facility, number one. Number two, I'm worried about the Israelis assassinating Foreign Minister Arakchi, because he's the one who's going to conduct the Iranian negotiations, just like Israel took out Shamkhani, the previous Iranian negotiator. And I'm worried about that that Iran will do something like close the Strait of Hormuz, which would give Israel and which would give the U.S. the excuse that it's looking for. So I think that the U.S. is planning to come in, and that will be very, very dangerous. The other possibility, if the U.S. doesn't come in, since Israel is saying this is an existential threat and that doesn't have the ability to take out Fordo with conventional weapons, I'm also worried that Israel will resort to a nuclear attack on the Fordo facility, since they're saying this is such an existential threat.
This is going to, let me get the response from the Israeli side now. Israel also warned that Ayatollah Khomeini could meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein. Things are getting serious. Is Israel serious about trying to eliminate Ayatollah Khomeini? Can I get a view from Israel, please? Would you like to take that? Benny first, and then to Adam. Because this threat, when your defense minister, Katz, in a meeting with Israel's military and security service commander said that he should remember what happened to the dictator in the neighboring country to Iran who took the same path against Israel. It's a threat to eliminate Khomeini, isn't it?
We will start with Iran. We know Iran for more than 40 years now. I mean, after the Shah. And they have done all the terrorism, whatever we have in the world. I think they are the most positive people to make terrorism in this area. I can talk about Hezbollah, I can talk about Houthis, I can talk about Hamas, I can talk about so many. From Iran, from Argentina to Middle East, everything what was done by the Iranians, it was done.
Waris and Omer.
That we are talking about, we are talking about nuclear yet. Nuclear thing is, yes, about 25 or 23 years, Netanyahu is shouting to clear this matter with the Iranians. But nobody did anything. And, today we came to this place because of the 60 days that the US given to the Iranians, and the Iranians had not done anything. They were just pulling out more and more. And I think if there will be a ceasefire, the Iranian will come to the same stage. So I think we want not only ceasefire for the nuclears, but we want the ceasefire to stop the terrorism. We want the ceasefire not to give the money to the terrorism that we are talking about, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, whatever you have. We are talking about the citizen of them. They're Iran. They are not happy. So I don't think that we are going to make now the new rule in Tehran. But the Iranians must know that they must, if they want to have peace in this area, they must stop all this. And
okay, I'd like to get in a view pro-Iran, please. Waris, would you like to start first before I go to Dr. Omer Anas? See, point is, I want to make one point tonight. We are concerned about this going beyond the region. I'm looking at the language of China very closely, where China is indirectly accusing Trump of escalating the crisis, saying we want to protect the sovereignty of countries. So it'll be interesting to see that if there is a huge rain of fire on Tehran, whether China stays out of it. It's just an observation. I'm not sure China will get directly involved, but we can't assume it won't. Waris Pathan, your response, as I get Dan Pfefferman and Adam Bellos to speak on the other side. Waris Pathan, please. Please, Waris.
Well, Arnab, we have to understand the Iran and Israel war first. First thing, Iran does not have nuke, Israel does. Iran is signatory to the NPT, Israel isn't. Iran allowed IAFE inspectors in this country, Israel doesn't. But Israel attacked Iran. Israel is the aggressor, Iran is the victim. Now, Iran declared war on the basis of
the most
nuclear program. Then again, they went for about regime change. Then they spoke about assassinating the leaders, and now they are bombing the journalist. So, butcher of Gaza, Netanyahu, is a mass murderer. He has committed genocide on Gaza, Palestine. He has killed 55,000 people, including 5-year-old children. They were starved to death by Netanyahu, and now Netanyahu wanted to do the same thing with Iran, but Iran responded. So why do we have to support Israel, Arnab? Why did you not allow the NPT?
I'll come to you. Adam and Dan, I'll let him complete. I'll come to you. I'll come to you after he completes. I will come to you both. I will come to you both moment Mr. Pathan completes. Let Mr. Pathan, let Mr. Waris complete, and I'll come to you both, please. Waris, complete your points, please.
He's a mass murderer. He has committed genocide on Gaza, Palestine. He starved children to death, Arnab. Where are we? Netanyahu wants to have a settlement or something like that.
Okay, Waris, let us hear the Israeli side. Who goes first, Adam or Dan? Okay, Adam goes first and then Dan. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, let's go back to Professor Kuzak, who was on this program with me at the beginning of October in 2023, when he completely predicted everything incorrectly about what would happen and what the Israeli responses would be, and everything from there. It's a complete showcase of the failure of America's academics, that you have a pro-Iran regime academic talking about Israel using a nuclear weapon, which it has never, ever even hinted at ever using once since it has had nuclear weapons. Two, it is absolutely insane for anyone to say that someone is committing genocide after what
Iran does not have the nuke, but Israel has.
And the proof that
let him complete, Waris.
Through Iran's funding of Hamas and all of its proxies. That's just, I mean, that's absolutely rich. Okay, you can say we're committing genocide in Gaza, except the numbers don't support the definition of genocide whatsoever. Okay, so let's just be honest with each other. Let's keep things in the realm of reality. Iran is the largest sponsor.
Waris, let him complete. Let him complete, Waris. Let him complete.
You starve them to death.
Let him complete. You're repeating your points. We can't speak over each other, right? All right, calm down. Adam, continue. Waris, calm down.
My point. Thank you. Anyway, my point is that the Iranian regime has been the world's largest sponsor of terror for over 40 years. So to deny the killing of South American Jews in Buenos Aires or the attacks on Israelis in Cyprus, let's not mince words here. The Iranian regime is about to fall. There is no reason to go to some eschatological apocalyptic interpretation of what is going on here. The Iranian people are rising up. The Iranian people want to shake off the Iranian regime because they have been occupying the Persian people since the revolution. So let's just be completely realistic. Israel is not going to use a nuclear weapon because we don't want any fallout on the Iranian people, and our war is not with the Iranian people. Point two. To say that we are out there destabilizing the world is a complete fabrication and lie, given all the chatter that we see from Pakistan, China, and Iran, and the fact that you have Iranians dancing in the streets celebrating this attack right now. So let's just be honest intellectuals and let's change the top thing that says pro-Iran over these two gentlemen to pro-Islamic Republic, because they're clearly
No, Peter has a right to respond briefly to that before I bring in Dan out here. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole focus is on whether America gets directly involved. Peter, your quick rebut, please. You've been accused of intellectual dishonesty by Adam quite directly, yes. Who says you've been doing the same thing for a couple of years since he last met you.
Let me say, I am not pro-Iran. I hate the Ayatollahs. I hate the Islamic Republic. I hate the repression inside Iran. I trace this back to 1953 when the U.S. overthrew Mossadegh, who was a very progressive secular leader in Iran. The U.S. has had its hands in this for a long time, and I am not anti-Israel by any means. But what I see Israel doing is so atrocious to me and to most American
pro-Iran,
Jews.
He's anti-Israel. Yeah,
I lost.
I mean, you appear in all anti-Israel categories. Every time you're on a panel, you're always on the anti-Israel side. You accuse Israel of horrendous things prior to us even attacking on October 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. You couldn't even acknowledge the genocidal actions taken by Hamas on October 7th. You couldn't even acknowledge the horrific crimes.
I've always criticized.
Okay? Let's just be honest. You are not a fan of Israel. You have never given positive commentary whatsoever.
I don't like Hezbollah.
Be honest.
It.
Okay, your chair is probably funded by
You are lying about what I
volume.
say.
Manage the volume, please,
with
producers.
The problems that are happening in American academia.
Ladies and gentlemen, over 100 targets have been destroyed. That's what Israel is saying. We are on the knife's edge, Dan. I hope you realize in Israel, as well as our friend in Ankara tonight, that this is no longer an Israel versus Iran issue. This has become a global issue. The world is taking sides. The only concern I have is whether, Dan, you can trust Trump. I support Israel, but I have problems with Trump. Do you like the unilateralism of Trump? Do you like the sense that Trump is trying to give, Dan? That he's going to decide every step. He's going to decide what happens next. Dan.
I think President Trump here has a very clear moral vision of what's happening here. What's happening right now in the Middle East is very clearly a fight of good versus evil. Our Iranian friend here talked about Iran fighting colonialism. I've been all day on different shows, including here on Republic TV, and I keep hearing Israel and the West and colonialism, the only colonists and the only people spreading and occupying and colonizing and committing genocides in the Middle East are the sides affiliated with Iran. Last I checked, it's the Iran-backed Assad regime, and it was the Iran-backed Hezbollah who killed nearly 1 million Sunnis in Syria, starving to death during the course of their civil war. Any casualties, any blood spilled in Gaza goes straight back to Hamas, which is backed by the Iranian regime. So I think it's quite disingenuous, and I think I'd be happy to meet the wonderful script writers, the fiction writers in Tehran who are writing the history books, because they have everything backwards and upside down. I don't know if you can trust every decision that every American president makes, but what is clear is that President Trump has a very clear moral compass. He understands who are the good guys, who are the bad guys. He understands that Israel is very much a David fighting a Goliath. I remind all the viewers and I remind all our panelists, on October 7th, Israel was attacked unprovoked. Hamas broke a ceasefire backed by Iran in order to stop the march to peace and integration in the region. Hezbollah broke the ceasefire and started firing rockets. The Houthis broke, nobody had even heard of the Houthis prior to October 7th. They began firing rockets unprovoked. These are countries which Israel has no interest, had no territorial claims, had no conflict with. And what do they all have in common? They're all backed by the Islamic regime in Iran, something that Israel would love to have nothing to do with. Israel had wonderful relations with the wonderful people of Iran prior to 1979. And then in the 1979 Islamic Revolution, let me finish, sir. You've talked long enough, and you've shouted everyone down. In 1979, Iran made up a new ideology in order to distract its people and distract the world from the fact that it has no idea how to govern, the fact that it has no idea it should not be in office. It controls its people with an iron fist. The people are going to rise up against this awful dictatorial, despotic regime that hangs women and beats them to death if they show strands of hair, in which gays are hanged from the streets, in which journalists and political dissidents are executed for voicing their opinion. The people of Iran, the people of the Middle East, the United States, and the people of the world are already thanking and will thank Israel for doing the dirty work that the world doesn't have the guts to do, and that's finally taking out this awful regime that has been the engine of terrorism and radicalism in the Middle East for the past 4 years.
Dan, it's going to be Dan versus Waris for the next 2 minutes. 1 minute. Waris,
let me prove that.
You're responding to Dan.
Yeah, the declaration of war against Iran. Arnab, the declaration of war against Iran was about nuclear program. Let me now say, the US intelligence assessment now states that Iran is at least 3 years away from developing a nuclear bomb, not just months, as asserted by Tel Aviv. This is the report by the US intelligence. So why did Israel attack Iran? Now they are playing victims. Who is the victim? Iran is the victim.
Okay, 1 minute. Dan, let him complete. Dan, let him complete. To be fair, Dan, let Waris complete and then you come in.
Palestine. You have been bombing innocent children in Gaza. You are a murderer. Netanyahu is a mass murderer. He has committed genocide in Gaza. 55,000 Arnab people have till now been killed in Gaza.
No, okay, now you are repeating, but to the main point, Dan, the counter from Waris Pathan, the counter, Waris, I got you there. Waris, come on, now chill out. The counter from Waris Pathan is that he's suggesting here that the Americans are being dishonest and the Israelis being dishonest in saying that Iran is very close to developing nuclear weapon capability. He says there are American reports.
So I'm quoting US intelligence assessments.
Which assessment are you quoting? Quote your source. You can say anything is the US intelligence assessment. Who put that out? Which is the published source?
India Today Global has tweeted this. India Today Global.
So he's quoting an Indian news source to say that. Okay, I'd like Dan to respond. Dan.
No, you were there, no, I was there. That is the US intelligence.
Dan.
American intelligence, Israeli intelligence, all of the European intelligence and the IEA corroborate that Iran was making a mad dash towards a nuclear weapon. That's the timing of the Israeli strike. It is meant to prevent the most dangerous regime in the world from achieving the most dangerous weapon in the world. That is everything.
Anes, was Iran making a mad rush?